Hello? Mia's on my lap, but I'm not wearing long pants. So she's clawing the hell out of me, but she's happy and that's all that matters. Because she's a baby. Calino Cappuccina. Hello. How are you? We are doing Tamodachi today. Also, I've been saying it wrong this whole time. My bad. Alori, hello. How are you? Gluttony? I don't know. I'm gonna have to just go with a vibe. I'm not too sure. Oh my god, I can't believe it. So, I have Kermit. Here are my ideas. Here are my ideas so far for what I want to make. I have Fergie, especially how she looked when she was doing the cartwheel. So I have the whoa Fergie that I want to make. Bob Ross, Marge Simpson, Terry, Roz, and Randall from Monsters Inc. I'm cooking. Let me cook. Hi, Cami. Hi, Miranda. I keep saying Tamagotchi, by the way. This whole weekend I've been saying Tamagotchi, and I'm like, girl, that is not what it is. Stop it. Hi, Mika. How are you, doll? How was your weekend, guys? What the hell? FedEx, I feel like FedEx is like that here as well. I rarely get a delivery from them, but when I do, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be like that, is it? What about bot circumcision personified? Wait. Oh, I also think we should make the tuna girl. The 30 cents girl. I don't know. We just gotta go with it. We just gotta try it out. Evans, hello, doll. Because I haven't played a Tamagotchi. I've always wanted to. And I've been trying to avoid. I haven't been in my friends' streams because I've been trying to just see things for the first time myself. No, Danny, girl, I'm sorry about your back. How are you feeling? A rescue greyhound. Oh, I just realized point with the rabbit. That's okay. That's fair. That's annoying. What the fuck? I was like, cool, a greyhound. Wait, you have rabbits. Oh, that's what they meant. Fuck. Hi, Leah. Okay, 30 streak. Hi, Mimi. How are you, doll? Thank you. I'm very excited. Mimi, you're slipping. You're slipping. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Okay. I pointed out and he was like, they hunt rabbit. Yeah. Yeah. What's the ads like? Oh, 20 minutes. Okay, we could just get straight into it. I usually wait for people to get in, but maybe a couple more minutes and we'll just go. Yeah, Mika, yeah. Duh. Awkward. Oh. Not all of them, but some of them, particularly honey dogs. Ooh. Yeah, that's fair. The way Mia's looking at me. Hi, Shay. How are you? Hi, Pope. How are you, doll? Hello. So who has played this? Who's played Tamagotchi Life? Please let me know. Ooh, I have 8 notifications. Does that mean anything? Or is that 8 people on? Whoa, 8 people are on. Oh, okay. A lot of... Axel's playing Tamagotchi right now. Oh my god, a lot of people are playing. Oh my god. That's crazy. Tori, don't look at my hours. I'm gonna look at your hours. Is this you? Is this the Tori on my list? Nearly 3,000 hours in Animal Crossing. 35 hours or more. Add note. That's a compliment. Whoa, okay. How are you enjoying it? Whoa! Whoa! I didn't realize you have that much Switch DVD. Of course you do. You've told me this. These are very impressive hours. I don't regret my note. Tori. Oh, you are having the best time, babe. You are having the best time. Show me your bought hole. My bought hole? Wait, let me Google that. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. No, Tori is living great life. To be fair, I have that in DVD, which is worse, so I can't talk. Hi, Lily. How are you? Okay, we're just gonna start this. Screw it all to hell. Close. Do you like my new profile pic? I changed it last night. Let me know. I'm really scared. It's a cry for therapy. No, it is our therapy. I like Played Up too. I'm good, doll. I felt a little bit sicky this morning, so I nearly didn't stream, but I was like, no, we need this. It's correct! Australia! Okay. I don't know what to expect. Is the island different for everyone, like the shape? You find yourself on a tiny island in the middle of a vast sea. What will you do with the place and its residents? Oh, so it's different? Thanks, doll. Oh, it's the same. Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, Mondays I think are gonna be my small stream day. But in saying that, I'm still will probably do 5 to 6 hours today. So it's not that small. But you know what I mean. You know. Use the controls to take a look. Oh. I'm not ready. No one's here yet. Seems like we could liven things up by inviting a resident to the island. The residents are called me characters. They look like people, maybe even people you know. You can create them and customize them. Wow. Not sure what sort of me to add. How about someone in your family, a friend, someone you look up to? The sky's the limit. As you add me characters, you can watch them live out their lives. Oh my god. What the hell? No, I know. That was the joke, Lily, for a while, is I would do like 8 to 10 hour streams. And then I'm like, guys, I'm going to do a small stream today. I'm only going to do 2 hours. And then I would do 6. And we're like, that's not that small. That's 2 movies. Like, come on. Come on, Carl. Oh, yeah, okay, good point. Yeah, Daniel, I'm not sad that I missed it. I was seeing clips going, oh. Flower! Whoa, whoa! Ooh, Islander name!
Put your ass away, child!
Big Cheese?
Red Flower 2442
Clamorous
just subscribed. Whoa, 3 years. Crazy how time flies. Sending
Island
love
name.
moi.
Lily. 2 3-hour movies sat in a cinema, my ass would hurt. Flower, thank you so much for 3 years, baby! Yippee! How are you? Oh my god, thank you so much. Let me think. Cat smoke. I want to do something. I want to do like. I don't know. Posopia? Daddy's favorite? I don't know, Clintopia. I don't know what I want it to be. This is hard. Puss. Nondescript island. Oh shit. Guys, why don't we just name it Me? That's crazy. What do we name it this? Why do we name it? Because I want to hear what they say. Oh wait, no, not that. Sorry. I wanted to go... Ah, Marina. Ah.
The name of the island is Puss Island.
No, you didn't say it
The name
correctly.
of the island is Puss Island.
Oh, okay, cool. If you want the word tear to pronounce like a hole in your shirt and not liquid from your ears. Oh, okay. The texture and heat will affect how. Okay, how do I? Mmm. 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 How do I type mmm for pronunciation?
The name of the island is Puss Island.
No, that's not what it is.
The name of the island is Puss Island.
I think it's gonna go M if I do it, but let's see.
The name of the island is Island.
That's not it. Guys, how do I make him go mmm? Okay, I can't do him. What about Daddy's favorite? Oh, what about this? Daniel, because you're
The name of the island is Island.
Yes.
The name of the island is Pussy Island.
Okay, so I can't do too many M's.
The name of the island is Pussy Island.
Okay, better. I wonder what the max M is. Right. We're getting there. Can I add 2 more M's? Ava, we need this.
The name of the island is Pussy Island.
Why was that shorter? What? I never knew I'd have such a difficult time.
The name of the island is Pussy Island.
Pussy Island. Doggo, are you...
The name of the island is Pussy Island.
Pussy?
The name of the island is Pussy Island.
Pussy. You know what? I'm kind of starting to like it. Oh. Yay! Okay, I gotta do from scratch, but it's gonna be bad, right? Or should I do using prompts? Okay, here's the thing. What should we do? I have Fergie, Bob Ross, Roz from Monsters Inc., Randall, or Marge. Who do we go with? Make a penis? You know what's so funny? I've already seen people make so many penises and butts that I feel like I can't. Because it's been done. I think Marge is winning. Should we start with Marge? No, we're doing the Woe outfit. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Fergie. Okay, let's do a 2-minute poll. Oh, Leah, really? Starting late is so bad because everyone's done everything. I was just doing channel stuff. I've been Bob Ross 3 times. Damn it. You just gotta do it. You gotta just do it. I'm so late. Everyone's done everything. Fuck. Mine. I haven't seen anyone swerve and I've been avoiding it. I've been trying to have my own experience because everyone's been playing it. So I'm like trying to avoid everything. Hi, Connie. Anthony, we're making characters. Axel, hello. Tropica? Okay, I think it's Marge first. Poor Marge, she's nervous going in. Holy shit. I gotta move her. Thank you for the sub! Put your ass away, child!
Sports Guru 2 just subscribed.
Oh my god. Seth, hello! Thank you for 41! You're my goat! How are you, doll? Oh boy. Have people been drawing everything on their thing? Or have they been... Because it says you can use touchscreen, but how can I do that? You're my goat, Seth. You're my goat. Is that as yellow as I can go? I guess that's pretty yellow. It's hard to draw her... Like, what do we do here? Oh. Has the mouse been working for people? Hi, Pixel. Oh, nice. Seth, did you like yesterday? Daniel, because I need help. Surely just go for a vibe here. What hair can I do? Does it allow you to... Girl! Wait. Guys, just wait. Oh, I got it, guys. Don't worry. Perfect. Found it. Guys, don't stress. I found it. Oh, man. I don't know if this is... I think this is the best we can get her. I don't want it... Like, I guess that's nice. I guess if we were to give her something nice, that would be it. But I feel like that's too nice and that really this is more accurate. Am I wrong? I kind of want it to look fuck ass because I can't just make her look nice when I don't have the original. I mean, that curly bun is nice, to be fair. That's probably the closest and the nicest we're going to get. Let's come back to this. Let's come back to this. She doesn't have any eyebrows. Wait, wait. Just wait. Just wait. These are sets. Wait, can we customize it? That'd be great. Is there a way you can customize it? Or no? We can draw it! How do we draw it? What do? You can just do... Remember to use R and L to go through the... How me? R and L. Oh, shit. We're using the touchscreen. Oh, I want the touchscreen so bad. I gotta get rid of... Oh, fuck. It won't go over it? Oh, does it not? Oh, got you. Okay, okay. Well, okay, wait. Okay, let's start again. Let's get her face. Pat Pope. Oh, not homie. Why don't I draw... I got an idea. Why don't I draw the rest of the face? Why don't I draw... Oh my god. Moxie!
Help me!
I'll romp with you, sweetie pie! We are crumping. That's a good... We are. We're doing it. Oh, look, Wait. Wait. How do I... Wait. How do I rotate it? Guys. Moxie, thank you so much. How are you, doll? Hi, Liz. How are you? Guys, don't you think that's cute as hell? I'm probably going a bit crazy. I think it's cute as. How do I make the pupils smaller? Oh, Jesus. Although I kind of like that she looks like this. Wait, hold the phone, guys. Hold the phone. Now it's time to add face paint. What could go wrong? Artist mode? What does that mean? Oh, there's so much. Oh, shoot. Wow. I didn't realize they have so much. I didn't realize it was so detailed like this. What the hell? Oh my god. What? Well, obviously I'm an artist, guys, so I'm gonna make her nose. Okay, sorry guys, 1 second. Okay, sorry, give me a moment. I'm trying to make her nose, but it's so hard to draw with this. Wait. Oh. Okay, no. Hi, Tara. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't do this for this one. Just go. Let's go back. Let's go back to the nose. Hold. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's so cute. Hi, Puffin. First try type B. That's such a cute nose. Oh my god, wait. I just feel like that's not her. Maybe once she's dressed, it will look like her. It's hard because what does she look front on? Front on Marge. That's such a funny photo. Oh, front on Marge is kind of a sleigh. Goobs, we need this so bad. If you look at her front on, we're kind of getting it. But the eyes need to be more apart. My bad. I kind of want to give her lippy, but she doesn't usually wear lippy, but maybe I can. Can I do both? Is there lippy and no lippy? What is this? Oh, I can do both. Oh. Wait, how did I get that? I think if Gran did, she would like it. Oh, I just did it. What do I undo? Ooh, that's good. Okay. I just... Maybe her head's actually smaller. Okay. Oh, little ears. Cute. Hi, Terrell. She was falling off the seat, but using my thigh as a grip, my bare thigh. I know. Yeah, Vicky. I'm just trying to... It's alright. I saved it. I'm done. If I press I'm done, can I dress them up? Oh, okay, perfect. How do you change their outfits? Terrell, thank you. I'm so like... I just couldn't today. I was like, I either have a day off because I feel a bit sick, or I just get comfy, and here I am. It hurts so much. I know, Lexi. Hi, Ray. Okay. Okay, Marge.
My name is Marge.
Marge. Okay, options. Oh. You can make one, more than one, or none. Oh my god. I love you, Nintendo. Yes. Huge. Okay. Do I have a dating preference? Because I could do it all. Oh, what's their birthday? Marge birthday. Wait, they age? October 1st, but then also March 19th. We'll do the 1st. She is 34. Only in real time. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh. Oh, what's this? Marge's voice.
My name is Marge. It's
My name is Marge.
My name is Marge.
My name is Marge. It's not.
My name is Marge. It's nice.
My name is Marge. It's nice to meet you. Today,
I want that. Movement. Oh, okay. The robot's so funny. Okay, wait. In the middle? She's polite and direct. Is that a vibe? Shark, what the hell? Thank you, doll. Trays. Hi, Denki. She's very polite, but she's also direct. Like, that's so hard. That's tricky. I'm gonna do this. Oh my god!
my name is Marge.
I should probably change her voice.
My name is Marge.
Wait.
My name is Marge. It's nice to meet you.
My name is Marge.
My name is Marge.
I guess
It's nice to meet you.
that kind of
Today,
that sounds like Marge more. That's kind of it. Yeah. Okay, we're adding our first meet. Oh! In a word, aloof. Traits: logical, headstrong, cautious, calmly lays out the facts. Perfectionist. Imaginative and inspired. Happiest when creating something. Finds beauty in even the smallest details. Oh, that is Marge! I just think they're neat. Cute. Mew characters receive a color scheme based on their personality type. Oh, nice, Pixel. Hell yeah. Thanks, guys. Wait, Marge is gonna be in here.
Nice to meet you. I'm Marge. I'm a reserved perfectionist. I'll keep this brief. I'm serious about the things that matter and don't have time for the things that don't. Here's my profile card.
Oh my goodness. Accept the profile card. Oh, that's me.
So,
Wait, you
you're
can.
the
How many?
caretaker of Pussy Island, right? What should I call you?
Help me!
Hi, Moo.
Crop with you, sweetie pie!
Thank you, Mikey.
I'll crump with you, sweetie pie.
Wait, how many can you make? Can you just keep making? Can you just make as many as you want? What's the max? I'll make 100 tonight. I'm joking. But that would be cool to like 70 is the max. Wouldn't that be a fun stream? Where I can't end stream until I make 70 characters? Can you do it unlimited, or is it like every day you can only make 10 or something? There's kids? Oh my god. Mikey, thank you for the biddies. How are you, doll? I gotta find a way. Wait, guys, I should do that. I think I want to do a crazy me stream Fergie and Marge have a baby. I wanted to do some sort of stream this week with a timer. I don't know. And then I also want a wheel. And maybe on the wheel you can spin a chance to be put in the island or something. I don't know. I kind of want to do like an interactive fun thing. I don't know. Because I wanted to do like a fun party stream this week anyway, but I didn't know like, let me cook on that. You get to be in the island and you can pick someone. Yes. Or you can pick the character. Yeah. Yes. Mine call you a... Oh. Should I call myself Carla or should I call myself like sexy or something? Cunt. Yeah, you're right.
Cunt, good morning. Cunt, good morning. Cunt, good morning.
Killboss Diva Baddie. Will this get flagged? It shouldn't. Cunt, good morning. I'm the sky. Top banana.
Cunt, let's make this another great day. Cunt, let's make this another great day.
Maybe I should be safe and not make it that in case I want to make a reel and it has my name in it. Maybe this will be the most normal thing I'll do just in case we get a good reel and I can't like upload it. Because Nintendo also sent me this. But I will be jorking it and I will be cranking hog. Nintendo, I'm really sorry. But I'll be good here, but I'll crank hog though. When they ask what to talk about, I'm sorry. We're
Carla, how is everything?
Okay, cool.
Okay, Carla. Please tell me later if you
Gotta
want
be
me
good.
to change what I call you. Oh, by the way, would you mind also telling me your birthday?
With pleasure.
You seem nice. This should be
Me.
fun.
Saving. Okay. Marge needs your mother's maiden name. Oh. Oh no, a feelings bubble. What's
Good
wrong?
morning.
Good morning. Oh.
I'm starving. I need some food in my tummy.
In my tummy. Food. Fresh Kingdom. I want to see if the mouse works. Wait, let me... I want to see if this works, but I don't know. I want to see if it worked because last time it didn't. Hello? Oh. My bad. I was gonna see. $200! Hi, meat! How do you make the mouse button work? The mouse work? Is there a way to turn it on? Or is it just not like that good at the moment? Oh, wait. How did I just do that? Oh. Oh. Okay, I'm not sure. Never mind. I will figure it out. The game is really cool. We're so fresh in it. I think I'll add myself as well. Honestly, I think it would be fun.
Welcome.
Is that just Marge? What the hell?
Lake Titicaca. Hakuna
Thanks for shopping
My
with us.
Tatas.
Pussy Bridge. What the hell?
Kian9 just resubbed for 8 months.
Titicaca.
Kian, thank you for 9. Wait, it said 9, but it said 8. 8. Sorry, your name has a 9 in it. How are you, doll? Thank you. What the hell? They have to eat. Oh my god. Yeah, the food looks so funny. She's gonna hate it.
Oh my.
Okay, she's fine. Yay, egg. Hi, beef. Thank you for the resub, doll. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kian. Okay. I made more money. Warm fuzzies. Guys, this would be such a good offline stream game for me to do. I'll have to put some hours into this on stream, but then this will become my couch stream game for sure. Even though I'm in my Overwatch era, guys. Okay, let's go. My god, look at everything. Why am I nervous? Hey.
Tomodachi life, living the dream.
What?
On Pussy Island.
Okay, intro. Hi, Morgan. Do you like her, Axel? On Pussy Island. Oh! Guys, are you excited or am I just a big piece of shit? What the hell? Oh my god. One more thing. To make sure everything that happens to your resident properly recorded, make sure to always save your progress while closing software. Okay. Girl, come back out! How do I make a new character? What do I do? Oh my god. Oh, she wants something else. Are you okay?
Good morning.
What's wrong?
I'm still peckish. Could I have some more, please?
Okay. I'll go shopping, babe.
Welcome.
I love how she doubles as the person in the store.
Thanks for shopping with us.
I think it's so... Has Tamagotchi always had that where it's TTS? Because it's so smart to do that. Oh my goodness. Have a cookie.
Oh my.
That's so clever. She really liked it. Ooh, I wonder what she hates. Ooh! You can give the me leveled up a gift. Prezzies. Oh my god. I want to give her maracas so bad. What else can I give? Quirks. Won't greet others? That's so funny. What the hell? I can't deal. Okay, should I do? Oh, I really like that. But the maracas are so funny. Gotta give her some Australian vibes. Not that, sorry, not fuck. Fuck me. Although homie is good. But, just wait.
Fuck me.
I wanted it to be like, fuck me! But you can't. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. Maybe oh homie. Bugger me. But I want them to swear Pope. But it doesn't work anyway. Maybe oh homie. I gotta save that. Oh. Can I stop? I'm really bad with controls. Okay. Alright. Oh, homie. I wonder if I could make it sound Australian with the pronunciation thing. Puff, and she swears so much. Oh, homie.
Oh, homie.
Eat it. We gave her an expression.
Oh, homie.
Moi. I gotta do moi.
Thank you. Saying that really makes me feel more like myself.
Yay! Oh. What the hell? She really liked it. Cape blanket. Okay. A fountain! The news!
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news.
Jack of all trades!
This next story is bound to bring a smile to somebody's face. A wishing fountain has been constructed on Sea Island. The island's sole resident was excited, quoted as saying, "Finally, somewhere to take a bath."
That's you!
Thank you for watching. I'm Marat and that was your breaking news.
What the hell? Going to the old folks' home. Listen. Mikey, they have rules. Hi, John. Rank 1. Wishes to grant 1. I love how Marge is every single character right now. The higher your island rank rises, the more options you unlock. Check back often as your island develops. If you know... Oh, by the way, I want to make Gran. That's what I forgot. If I'm going to make a 70 character stream, I'm making just so many friends. Prezzies and little quirks. Guitar. Wow. Ooh. Bold. Hi, Abs. Thanks, doll. How are you? Okay, wishing fountain. We have... No, come back. Does she want more food? Hi, Bliss.
Hello.
What do you need?
It's so lonely being the only person on Pussy Island. It kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies. Talking to yourself gets old too. No offense to me, but I need to work on my material. If only somebody else were here with me.
Should I make her Homer off the bat? Hi, Art. Hi, Daydream. Proud of yourself. Be proud of yourself. Sorry, I'm proud of you. I do that sometimes as well, and I'm like, I'm built different. How me? A nothing day tomorrow, Abs? Yep. Mr. Smithers. I have a list of who I want to make. Marge can fall in love with anyone. I made it. I kind of want to make Homie now, but I also want to make my other characters. Because what if they end up falling in love and making the baby? You know? That'll take a while. I have my list of things I want to do. I have De Niro. Oh my god. Not De Niro. Let me look at my main characters I was about to say. Alright, my main characters was... True, we could make Terry. I want to make... Whoa! Fergie. Homer, Bob Ross, Roz from Monsters Inc. And Randall from Monsters Inc. But Terry might be an easier one. But I don't want him to fall in love with Marge. Alright, Terry. Is there a mullet option? Oh my god, Arthur Morgan as well? Yeah. Shrek and Marge? Oh my god. Guys, I want to do a stream. I gotta figure out maybe... I gotta figure out when to do it. I want to do it like ASAP. So I want to make a wheel. And I want to do like a timer long ass me stream. And then we have wheel spins. But also on the wheel could be you can pick a character or I can add you to it. No promises, yeah. Okay. I need... Can you put a hat on them? I need a mullet. Do they have mullets? Is there hats? Probably not, right? Because the hat would make all of the difference. We need hats and tats. Oh, a fringe section? Okay. Hi, Freedom. Open Twitch, and your thumbnail was adding fuck me in a text box. That was ages ago. Oh, I'm screwed. Oh my god, Axel. That's crazy. Well, he doesn't really have a lot. Maybe I do this as a laugh. Until he gets a hat on. Terry's my trucker alter ego. So if you don't know who Terry is, I basically dressed up as a man and I smoke cigs, and it's my man. But he's a bit different these days. Technically, he does have orange hair now. I just realized. He did dye his hair to orange. I know, we need to see Terry. Hi Max. Hi Flame. Hi Ethan. Sammy has Hank. Yes. He still has black hair though. Oh my god. Okay, nice. Yeah, I will move the moustache in a moment. Or should get him a cutout. You can do subcolor, which has like a fading effect. Ooh, nice. Ooh, dark copper action. I kind of want him to look really cursed. Yeah, I didn't realize how good the customization is. Do it, Art. Do it. Do it. Now, he's pretty. I want him to be flirty. I think it's switch one as well, which is good. He looks so cursed. But that's him, you know? He does wear glasses too. See, if we do the 70 me stream, we make everyone. I think the latest frames were these. I kind of am attached to him now. Tammy, how was your birthday, my love? I wasn't home to be on my PC. Did you do any, maybe I'll make it brown hair, actually. Do you do any Faz challenges? I'll make OG Terry. Can I add a cigarette to his mouth? Just no evidence? Yeah. One day I'll be goated. But not for a while. Oh. Can I add a cigarette to their face? That'd be so funny. Oops. That kind of looks like a cigarette. Can I make it a different color? Nah, I think I have to do it myself. What does a cigarette look like? Are we forgetting? Oh, okay. Okay. Oop. Well, I kind of want gray. What did you send, Tammy? Like a game? It's your birthday! Oh, perfect. I love him! Oh my god. Should we make him a short... Okay, wait. Isn't he technically a short king because it's me? Wait. Wait, I love him. Wait, I love him. Guys, I'm gonna become so obsessed with,
My name is Terry.
Oh. He doesn't have a dating preference at all. I think the voice comes after. I gotta give him a birthday. Didn't give him a birthday. He said he was 40 though. We'll make him 41. And I'll make his birthday the 6th of September.
My name is Terry. It's nice to meet you. Today is the 20th of April, 2026. My name is Terry. It's nice to meet you. Today, my name is Terry.
My name is Terry.
My name is Terry. It's not. My name is Terry. My name is Terry. It's nice to meet you. Today is the 20th of April. My name is Terry. It's nice to meet you. Today is the 20th of April, 2026. So, how does this voice sound? My name is Terry. It's...
Yes! No! No. That's so funny. Okay, movement. He's quick. He's very direct. Very intense. He's relaxed. Very quirky. That's so funny. Was that kind of Aussie? Sociable? Optimistic and passionate, follows their instincts, bold and captivating, their wit and charm lights up a room. It's never a dull moment when they're around. What the hell? That's John, that's Terry for you. Oh my god.
Ha. Hey, nice to meet you, Carla. I'm Terry. I'm an energetic adventurer. I tend to play things by ear and follow my whims. I can't wait to start living here.
I'm so nervous.
I heard someone named Terry just moved to Pussy Island.
Wait, do we actually... Wait, do I have Aussie accents? Someone said that, Chris, and I was like, what? Oh. Really? That's really funny. What? I didn't even know they did that. I was just like, oh, okay, cool. That's what they sound like. That's so funny. What? That's really funny. Oh no. Oh no, they can't meet. I'm so nervous for this.
Hi and nice to meet you. My name is Marge.
Hey, Marge. The name's Terry.
Ew.
Sparkle, dating sim game run,
Emily!
sim game pro. That's dating sim game new starter.
Why am I nervous?
Oh homie. I had a fun time with Terry. It's all thanks to you, Carla.
Why am I nervous? I feel nervous. What the hell? By giving me characters a little extra guidance, you can help them make friends and have fun on the island. Oh my god. Oh my god, Terry, I'm so scared. Seems Terry's inviting Marge for a secretive chat saying don't react, they're watching. What the hell?
Oh homie. I like your style, Terry.
What the hell?
I had a fun time with Marge.
With Marge?
It's all thanks to you, Carla.
Hi TJ, hi Jeffy! Mary.
So in fact, Bolinansu Machu-Hassan. Oh homie. Hashay Kaldairu.
Hi
You're
Josh.
a deal wanted.
What the hell? Okay, scholarship. Proud of you. That's huge. Guys, this is Terry. Look at him. He's a short king. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Checking in on Terry.
Ha. Hello.
Guys, you know when Chris makes fun of my accent? I kind of hear it now. Hello.
I want to be friends with Marge.
That sounds great.
So, what should we talk about?
I'll tell you.
What kind of things should we talk about?
Cranking hog.
Then?
We've been so well behaved, guys. We need this. Pusithausen. Oh, wait. Do I have room? It does have an Aussie accent. I didn't realize they
Cranking
do.
hog crazy style. Cranking hog crazy style.
Crazy style. Perfect.
All right. I'll have a chat with her about cranking hog crazy style.
Thank you. Let me see. Let me see. Crazy style. Oh. Guys,
Hello, Marge.
my show's on.
Would you like to have a chat about cranking hog crazy style?
Yeah, alright.
Right now, it feels like cranking hog crazy style is all anyone's talking about these days.
I vaguely remember hearing something about that. I'm no
These
expert,
days.
though. I don't really keep up with trends. Terry, could you fill me in?
Of course. I'll walk you through it all, don't worry.
Are they friends? Emily, that's how we met, right? Friends! Wait. Mez and Tez? Midge. Go back.
Midge. Long time.
And then Tez. Tezza. Oop. Big Tez? Wait, I like Big Tez. Fucking Tezza. Oh, wait.
Terry,
Wait, I like that.
Terry, you seem to...
Sorry, I'm really bad with these controls. Oh. Gets on great, really? T-Bone? T-Bone's good too. I want to see how this sounds.
Fark and Tez, good afternoon.
That's funny. T-Bone's awfully great though, because it's Terry, you know? You need something like bad. But I like fucking Tez. That's funny.
Best day ever. Midge and I are now friends. And it's all thanks to the power of cranking hog crazy style.
I hope Fark and Tez gets me clued up on everything that's been trending lately. Ooh, Fingerlander.
I love them! Wait, why am I obsessed with their friendship? This game is fucked.
Yeah.
And I say that because, like, this is the type of game that I will literally be thinking about in bed. I'll be like, oh, I hope they're doing okay. Like, I get so attached. I get so attached to the residents. Oh, no. That's so cute. The island's very first friendship is a pretty big deal. I don't think I can, Ray. I'll have to
We
be
interrupt
good.
your day to bring you this breaking news.
Breaking news.
This next story is bound to bring a smile to somebody's face. This broadcast's audience is about to double, as another resident can now live on Empathy Island. We've also heard from a reputable source that a clothes shop may open not too long after a third resident moves in. More on that story
Guys.
as it develops.
Do you like his bangs, Em?
Thank you for watching. I'm Terry, and that was your breaking news.
I'm obsessed with his cadence. Yeah, I don't know. Everyone does the news. Wait, guys, we have to do the third resident. Should we bring Homie in to stir up the pot, or should we do Fergie? Or should we do Randall from Monsters Inc? Or Gran? True. Or should I put myself in there? Oh, Homie. Wow. I'm gonna add Chris as well. I want to do the Fergie that spins around. This was the Fergie I was gonna do, guys. Whoa, whoa. Should I add myself first and then we do something silly? Fergie Ferg. I want a DBD killer as well. Who's obvious looking? Wait, Michael Myers. Wait. I want to do Michael Myers. Oh my. Oh, okay, Chris, hold. Snant. Snant. I want to do Michael Myers, I think. Wait, Peppa Pig's dad.
Lake Titicaca.
His name's George.
Hakuna Matatas.
Oh, we have so much to make today.
Staley 13 just
Peppa
resubbed for
Pig's
18
dad
months.
gets
Snit.
talks.
Hakuna.
Lake Titicaca. I just heard her say, oh, Tim Curry. Wait. Tim Curry. Home Alone. Lake Titicaca. Okay, wait. Thank you, Staley, for the snit. And of course, De Niro, guys. They're talking. I'm obsessed. And he says, pizza. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much for 18. I appreciate you. And TJ for the big emote as well. Okay, we gotta do Peppa Pig's dad. Oh my god, I'm obsessed. I think it's actually that. Very round. Unless I do that. I think we need like a crazy head. That's what she said. Get porked. Do you reckon that because he has such a huge head, or just circle? I wish you could make the... How do you make... Can you make their head really big? Can you make their head bigger? Is there a way? Oh my god. He has no hair.
Hakuna.
Sabrina! Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, doll.
Sabrina 32 just resubbed for 10 months.
Wait, I want to get these little prickles. Can I flip it around? I want it to be underneath. Yes. What is these? What's that color? That's a darker.
Lake Titicaca.
Or is that just a brown?
Hakuna Matatas.
Ginger. Wait, let me get a smile in.
Leninit just resubbed for 20 months.
Man! Okay, 3 primes in a row. What the hell?
Hakuna.
Thank you. He's just a happy guy. I want the... Unless there's a better one. Yeah, we could try the cheek face, maybe. And then that's brown as well. Oops. Hold. Ooh, space bun option smart. Oh, can you not change the mouth color? I don't think so. I was thinking that because he has such a big head. Let me try the space buns real quick. No. Hold. Give me 2 buns on the top of the head, please. There's these. Chris, what? What else is different? That's so funny. What? I never would have noticed that if you didn't tell me. That's so funny. I wonder what else is gonna be. Oh, where do we go? Right here. I just don't want... Oh yeah, the date backwards. I noticed that, actually. It was normal and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Is there one without a fringe? Oh, I can turn the fringe off. Yes, same thought. And then we use the same color we used as the head with the head. Wait, have a chat. No way. Wait, Chris. We have prezzies. Do you have gifts? That's so funny. We have prezzies. Give them a prezzie. That's so funny. Oh shit, I fucked it. Sorry. Oh, that's so funny. And honestly, really cute. And I really appreciate that they do that. That's so cute, actually. That's really, really cute. Wait, now we can pick up everything. I don't think, let me see. When I put sets on, it makes me bald. Like it takes off all my hair and then I have to put it back on. Yeah, I tried that before. Unfortunately. I think you have to have something on. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay. Now, we need a pig nose. And that's not me being mean. Right here. Perfect. I can add the little nostrils. What's his eyes? They're just little dots. Little fuck-ass dots.
Put your ass away, child.
Arizimbo just subscribed. Happy 37.
Let me cook. Let me cook.
Carl's sup.
Oh god. Let me cook. 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 This is crazy. Aries, thank you for 37. And again, Len, Sab, and Staley, I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Guys, we've just realized over the course of 5 minutes that because I'm in Australia, it's different wording, which is really fun. Like, I thought prezzies was just cute, but no. They're doing Aussie stuff. That's so cool. Because my accent was different. How about that? I also have to draw. Oh, I know what I need. Hold. I need to draw some stuff. I'm gonna draw his beard actually. I just realized I could do that. But I'm gonna put rosy cheeks on him. And we'll move the nose up. Yeah, Trace, that's so cute. Oh, you're cooking, Frankie. I love Home Alone jokes, TJ. You get 5 points for that. Well, here's what I was gonna do. True, what we could do. So I want to do a stream this week. Where I'm gonna get a wheel out. And there'll be stuff on the wheel. So when we get a wheel spin, it might be like chat. Make character based off chat's vibe. So it could be like there's heaps of different things in chat, and then I'd pick, like someone might say small eyes, someone might say big lips, whatever. But I want to do like a stream like that this week, where it's just one big ass making 70 characters stream. A fat ass, yes. This looks so cursed. Okay, I'm gonna take the beard off. I just realized. And I'm actually going to take the mouth off and do that myself as well, because I need a different color mouth. True, I could draw on the ears too. Oh, paint on top. Okay, so his fuck ass smile is this. No. Okay. So it's like, hey. Oh, that's really cursed. Oh. Taj, Slacker, how are you, doll? Hi, Perry as well. Hi, Gel. Oh, true. Okay. Good point. We'll do his fuck ass beard then. Can I make it... Actually, I'm gonna move stuff up. Hold. I gotta do something. I have to move everything up. I just realized. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to do his beard. Oh, God. Hold. Nose. That's Daddy's favorite. And then we'll do a smile, which is cursed as hell. I know, Elle, I've been trying to avoid as much as I can. But also, I've been seeing, like, my friends' reels and stuff, being like, damn, I wanted to make them, but it's like, okay, I'm gonna make someone else. I'm trying to do original characters, but also it's so hard, because we all like the same characters, so you just kind of gotta go with it. Okay, so first of all, let's make his fuck-ass beard. Yeah, I do still want to make Shrek though, but I'm like, damn, I'll think of something else. But I was late to the party, so I have no one else to blame but myself. Oop. That's cursed. We should make Fiona. Okay, I need a darker pink for the nostrils. Do I join up his glasses? Shrek is iconic, yeah. But at the same time, you kind of just gotta go fuck it. Like, I want to make Shrek too, as well, you know? We gotta make Lord Farquaad too. Yes. Wait, maybe it'll look better when it's... Guys. Let's see. Oh no, it didn't save. Which is probably a good thing because I could do it better, but fuck. Oh, the straight lines. Probably this, right? Oh god. Oh, I can zoom. True. Only shooting stars break the mold. Iconic. Mikey. Thank
Carla
you.
as Shrek. Do paint that isn't quite right. Patches, obvious bald cap. Femme voice, insists on being called Shrekla. That kind of stuff.
Real. Real. Let's see if this works. Oh, it straightens it for me. Does it? Surely. I think that is helping. That's nice. Dirty stash. He looks so bad, and I like that. Yeah, we're gonna call him Daddy's Pig. His name is George in the show. Also, funny comment I got on my Instagram. Wanted to tell you about it. It's the Ethan one where he says nice tits to Chris and he's talking about the bunny rabbit. And then I'm like, I thought you said my tits. Haha. Someone commented something like, he wasn't talking about your tits, obviously, or something. I'm just like, yeah, that's the joke. Like, I know you're trying to insult me, but like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Like, what? You're either really thick or trying to like make a joke that I don't have any, which both are wrong. Like, I'm like, I was gonna be like, yes, that's the punchline, but I was like, you know what? I'm not even gonna respond. Like, it's just so silly. Guys, I was just like, what? Okay, sure. Thanks, bud. Dylan, real, I was just like, what? It didn't hurt, but it just made me laugh about like how like thick people can be. Oh, that's so funny. Guys, look. That's so funny.
Biddies?
The glasses.
I never.
Would someone with no tatars get comments like this?
Exactly.
First thing have to say GG's. Second, Carla, you absolutely don't have present you awesome chesticles
Yep.
so pro-bounced for anyone to watch.
Exactly.
You're a wonderful entertainer, but bonus thank you Mama Lamau. See no
Wait.
evil monkey emoji. Speak no evil monkey emoji. Heart hands emoji. Weary cat face emoji.
That's a real comment I got, guys. So I must have it. This is so bad, but we're gonna send it, okay, guys? Alright, I'm gonna make him taller, right? How big is George? Let's see. Nightmare Fuel, perfect. Yeah, the nostrils went, but that's okay. Mikey, thank you. How big is George Peppa Pig's dad? 6'6". Oh, so he's quite tall. Okay. So that means I made Marge 6'6". Okay. Dylan, 105. The little one is Terry, yes. Should we name Should we name them Peppa Pig's dad as a joke, or should we name them George? Or Daddy Pig? Oh, plus the hair. True. True. Daddy Pig? Daddy's favorite. I'll make him say Daddy's favorite at some point. God, my island is just so weird already. I love it. Daddy. And then make him say Daddy's favorite lot. No one's gonna know who George is because he looks so fuck ass. So I'll name him Daddy Pig, but I'll still make him say Daddy's favorite. Since he's
My
Daddy.
name is Daddy Pig.
Okay. Kristen, who have you made? Actually, I want to make him like everything and everyone. All right, what's Daddy Pig's birthday? I'm taking this serious. Daddy Pig's birthday. Hmm. 18th. 420. Oh, Pitbull. Wait, we have to make Pitbull, guys. Fuck. 420. Actually, let's make it 420. Sorry about the ads, by the way, guys. We'll have to make it 20th of the 4th. Oops. How old's Daddy Pig? I'm gonna assume he's in his 40s. Oh my god, hello! Welcome in!
My name is Daddy Pig.
Grand Theft Auto?
Today is the 20th.
My name is Daddy Pig.
How
It's
does Daddy
nice to
Pig
meet
sound? Guys, this is very
Today
important.
is the 20th of April, 2026.
Why does he
So,
sound Italian?
How does this voice sound? Do you like it?
Chris!
My name is Daddy Pig.
I just saw something.
It's nice to meet you.
Chris has
Today
been
is
making
the
these
20th
fuck ass
of April.
thumbnails for for his YouTube thing, and I saw Whiskey's face, and Chris, you crack me up. What the hell? So funny. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is anyone playing? Oh my god. Yes. Andrew, you're gonna love it. Were you doing online or were you doing story mode? Tell me everything. Your mod recommended you. Wait, who's your mod? Sorry guys, we are playing Tamagotchi
Like it.
and we're making Daddy Pig, but I want to see what Daddy Pig sounds like. I'm the mod. Oh, Monica, hello. Yeah, that's my goat. Daddy Pig. Let's see what he sounds like.
Can I have different secret words, please?
Oh.
Oh, all right. Daddy's big tummy.
Ooh. Ooh. You know what I hate? I am so in
Pig.
such a weird...
It's nice to meet you.
When he said Daddy's big, I was like, what is he about to say? That's so bad that Peppa Pig's dad is so tainted for me. Oh my god. That scared me. Hi, Em. Listen. Okay, we gotta do this.
2026. So, my name is Daddy Pig. My name is my name is Daddy Pig. My name is
My name is Daddy Pig. My name is Daddy Pig. My name is Daddy Pig. It's nice to meet you.
That's pretty good.
Today is the My name is Daddy Pig. My name is Daddy Pig. It's nice to meet. My name is Daddy Pig. My name is Daddy Pig. It's nice. My name is Daddy Pig. My name is Daddy Pig. My name is Daddy Pig. It's nice to meet you.
Ooh, related to anyone? No. I wish they let us have accent, not I know, DJ, but I kind of like that because I didn't notice the difference until Chris came in and someone else came in and went, wait, does your characters have an Aussie accent? So, Andrew, I was playing this not even thinking, and obviously a lot of people in my community and friends are American and they've been playing the game before me, and they were like, wait, did yours have an accent? So it actually has region stuff. But it would be cool if you could have it all, or you could pick. Like, for example, in the game, gifts for Aussies that play the game is prezzies. So we've been noticing everything. He's quite polite. They're normal. Okay. He looks so bad. Or does he? Logical, headstrong, cautious, calmly lays out the facts, unique, carefree, and creative, or he thinks way outside the box about worrying what others think. Oh my god, okay. Look, they're still playing over there! Terry and Marge!
Nice to meet you. I'm Daddy Pig. I'm a reserved patient type. I think I'm more patient than most folks. In fact, I really like to think things through.
Alright.
I'm glad to be here.
Talk to me.
Do you think I should be putting more of an effort into how I dress?
Yes, we gotta get you your outfit on. Yes, yes, yes.
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. Now here's some news worth celebrating. Intrepid reporting has brought to light the news that Daddy Pig is celebrating his birthday today.
It's the
as
20th of the 4th
43
today. I
years
didn't think
age.
of that.
We now take you live to the scene of his party.
Oh.
Happy birthday to you.
Look at the
Happy
cake.
birthday to you.
Oh.
Happy birthday, dear Daddy Pig. Happy birthday to you.
We can't see.
Hip, hooray. Thanks so much. Foo.
The clapping.
Thank you
I forgot
for
it was
watching.
when I put in his birthday as
I'm Martin,
420.
That was your breaking news.
I forgot that today's 420. That's so funny. Daddy Pig. Cass, that's the beauty of this game, is you're not meant to get it. It's just weird. You can do whatever you want. You know? I'm severely confused too. But look at Terry and Marge. Oh. Yes?
Care for a game of no repeats?
Yes? What's that? Hi Arcane, hi Juby. Hi Alyssa. When it's your turn, pick the name of a food. The game ends if you pick something that isn't a food. You're too slow to answer or someone else repeats a food.
No repeats. Food.
Okay.
Cornflakes. String cheese. Gumdrops.
I'm scared.
Grilled cheese sandwich. Chinese leaf. Onion gratin soup.
Oh my god, he's popping it.
Fried prawn.
I need to beat Daddy's favorite.
Patatas bravas. Grilled sweet fish. Creme brulee.
Oh my god, we're just going forever.
Gumdrops.
You said it.
Gumdrops is
You
a repeat.
said it.
That was a rally for the ages.
I want to see a different word. I want to hear a different word. I'm keeping it up because the clothes store's about to open and I want to dress as him. What a dickhead.
Congratulations. It's time for your prize.
I want a toasty. A back scratcher? If there's a me on your island, he would be delighted to receive it as a gift. Wait. I need him to I need to introduce you to people.
Hi and nice to meet you. My name is Daddy Pig.
Hey, Daddy Pig. The name's Terry.
This is...
Sparkle, Corbell Ramsey, Corbell Poe.
Marge is like... Seems like-minded. What if they didn't like each other? Oh no, Marge, join in. Oh, I stole them. My bad. Oh.
Well, Salmon Chiclinary, is that Gorosy bitch? Limpine Crew Enfium, Chancery Fanzu, Malfadinti, right?
Oh.
Limpsley, Rare Fleo, Stephen, Nutchy, Theocapen Law Faliter, Ramonda Sutrobi, You're so thunder, so in fact, Bolinansu Machuhasan. Well,
they're enjoying each other.
Is that Gorosy bitch? Ramonda Sutrobi.
Am I nice and tall, DJ?
Hashe Kaldaru. You're a Geo Wampus. Stephen, Nutchy.
Oh.
Hello there.
Sorry, enjoy. Damn it. Okay. We gotta go talk to Marge. Arcane, did I read somewhere that you were... Wait, have you started this? Yeah, Terry has a cigarette. Mikey, Trace, have a good sleep, doll. Thanks for hanging. Have
hello.
a good sleep. What do you want?
Oh, homie. I don't want the new people on Pussy Island to see me wearing these dull clothes all the time.
Yes. I can do it.
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. This next story is bound to bring a smile to somebody's face. At long last, Pussy Island has its very own clothes shop. Residents are overjoyed, taking to the streets to exclaim,
I
this
swear.
is where pants come
I just want to
from,
get him dressed.
and shirts. Yum.
Not that
Thank
he's
you for
hard, but you know.
watching. I'm Daddy Pig and that was your breaking news.
He's our comfort pig. When can I make my own? Not yet, I'm assuming. That's pretty close, but I want it in green. Dang. I mean... Oh, that's cute. Oh. They are very cute. But since I can't get an
Oh,
actual thing,
homie, I don't want the new people on Pussy Island to see me wearing these dull clothes all the time.
fair. She really likes this style. Okay. I don't really like this on her, but I need a dress. Grace, are you home? How was your trip home? Daddy Pig just chilling in the bottom right.
Oh, homie. I talked to Farkentez and I learned that he's into cranking hog crazy style. We had so much fun chatting that it's fair to say we're friends now.
Guys, a few people have said it. I know it's still on screen. It's okay. That's like the sixth person to say it. I'm really sorry. I was keeping him up because I wanted to dress him because I thought we could customize the characters. So that's why he was on the screen. But now he's our comfort pig. I will remove him soon. I promise. He's our comfort pig. I can't look at him. He needs to stay there now.
Interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. This next story is bound to bring a smile to somebody's face. Pussy Island now has room for one more resident. In further news, we're hearing that a renovation center may open once the island has 4 residents and 2 pairs of friends. No one is quite sure why a business would require such a thing before opening, but I don't make the news, I just report it.
Yep.
Thank you for watching. I'm Marad and that was your breaking news.
When can you make the outfit? Or maybe can I do it now because we're not in a mission? I wish you could change the color of this dress to green. Unless I do like that. I don't have a feeling. Oh no! Grace, is everything okay? I'm sorry to hear that. No. Another building. Okay. Marge really said, I don't know, I just work here. Same. Okay, we'll leave that for now. Terry wants something. Ooh. Prezi. Quirks. Cute. What is he wanting? Where's Marge? Marge, I need you.
Whoa. Oh homie. Got yourself in a bit of a fix, eh?
I'm stuck.
Have you tried moving?
Nice.
Oh, probably should have tried that.
No. No, wait. Oh, shit.
I've never seen Mitch wearing that kind of expression before.
Oh.
So neutral, and yet infinitely wise. I want her to look at me with that expression. These feelings for Mitch.
Oh,
Could this
no.
be love?
Oh, no. I didn't make homie. But who am I to
What else could it be? I should ask Midge out.
I can't stop them. She might reject him though.
Hello.
Oh, he's in love. He's moving so quick. Oh, shoot. Oh, wait, did it say fancies? That's funny. All right, Terry's feeling a bit weird. Let's go and say hi. Oh, it says crushes on? That's funny.
Ha. Hello. All the new buildings here on Pussy Island have definitely made the place feel a bit livelier. But do you know what would really liven things up? Paths.
Paths.
Between the buildings. For walking on.
Do you have sidewalks? Fancy is cute. Oh! Having some proper paths on the island would make it easier. Look better, make easier for residents to get around. Nice.
Construction projects usually require payment up front, but I know a bloke who knows a bloke who knows a bloke.
Bloke!
Since this is the first project on
Put
this
your ass
island,
away,
it will
child.
be free of charge. What say you,
Benty Bird just
construction
subscribed.
superintendent?
I just got
Shall
here
we get
and I
this
have
show
questions.
on the road?
Not him saying, I know a bloke who knows a bloke. That's so funny. For the drama, Tobbs, I will. Hi, Venti. What are your questions? Actually, I'll remove this now officially since a lot's been happening. Guys, he knows a bloke.
Aye,
Thank you for
aye,
57.
Captain.
How are you,
You'll
doll?
have those parts ready before you can say how many bricks can
Ray.
a bricklayer lay. Construction constructed. What beautiful paths, if I say so myself. Our days of wandering about aimlessly are finally behind us.
You can pick your voices, Venti. So I picked his cadence as well.
This is me, fancying Midge.
Not Midge. Oh my god. Okay, we have Daddy Pig not feeling good too.
Hello.
What's wrong?
I want to wear some clothes that really make me stand out, but not like a sore thumb.
Okay, one moment. I gotta get a shirt with this color. But I think the closest thing we're gonna get is this. For now. Oh, I just bought 3 accidentally. Uh-oh. I need the same colored pants. Feel like I'm on drugs. Fair. Gotta assemble outfit. Perfect. Perfect. You are so welcome, Daddy Pig. You are so welcome. It looks really comfy. Hi, Lux. How are you? I don't know, but you know what? It works. For now. Can I invite Marge to Terry's house?
Today we'll settle things once and for all. With a food face-off.
Face
Off.
off.
Yay. I won.
What? Food face off? Okay, Terry is so in love, it's hilarious. Terry, can you come out? We need to talk. Terry is so smitten. Let's see if we can...
Yes, what is it?
Oh, she knows. Pretty much, Benty, and you can make all the characters. You don't have to make them cursed. You can just make them normal people and just see what happens. But I'm making... We have Terry, Daddy Pig. Oh my gosh, she's on the advertisements. That's so funny. She's on the advertisements. Marge is a baddie. True. Biddies? For me? Well, Lux, the Cursed Island vibes.
Here for the Cursed Island
We're gonna keep
vibes.
making people, I swear. Thank you. I appreciate
Hello.
that. Hello. What's wrong?
Oh homie. It gets all dark and lonely and spooky here on Pussy Island after nightfall. Could we make this place a bit brighter by placing some street lights?
Yes. Real nice. Real nice. Really nice. I like.
Oh homie. It'll cost just $30 to install the
30
street
bucks.
lights.
That's a good deal.
Shall we go ahead with the construction? All right. Then let the constructing begin.
Stunning. Stunning.
All done. Oh, it looks so good. Please take a look at it when you have time.
Okay, thank you. Bobby! How are you, doll? Hello, sweets. How was your weekend? They're all in their houses right now. Ooh, okay. Should we add Homer now so we can... Or should we do... the pizza guy, Pitbull, or Homer? We should probably do a poll. All right, vote away. Oh my god, Bobby! Was WrestleMania better today than it was yesterday? Do I need to make a sandwich? I feel kind of lightheaded. Probably. I don't know if I'm getting like motion sick from the controls or if I'm just hungry. Better? Okay, nice. Hell yeah. Ooh, it's between Pitbull and Homie. I'm gonna make a quick sandwich, guys. I'll put on this music just to clear the vibes, and then whatever wins, I will... Looks like Pitbull is winning. A little snack never hurts. Exactly right. Okay, I think Pitbull's winning. Let me wait. Actually, I'm gonna wait until the poll because this is a close vote. Dale. I gotta make him say dale. I still can't get over the fact that everyone has different accents. That's so funny. I had no idea. Okay, I think Pitbull's gonna win. I'll run and get my sandwich. I'll speed run it. Saximoth, we can make them do anything we want. Of course. Okay, I'll be back. Are you gambling? Okay. Alright, what are we? Pitbull 1, I'm guessing? I'm guessing Pitbull 1. Okay. He needs to have glasses. Okay. Right. 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 My bad. My bad. Okay. Uncanny. Uncanny. Guys. Uncanny. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Whoa. I said that 4 years ago. Okay, he has a bit of a chin, doesn't he? Can you make him bold but still have something? Lux and TJ being cute, what's new? Okay, you can't. I wanted to see if you could have some juice. But I think he just has to be bold. Some nosh. Do I kind of give him some zest? Because he is zesty? I gotta put some glasses on him though. I can't concentrate. Aviators? Yes. The same wavelength? Cute. I was thinking that. I don't see it, but I'm gonna try. Zest it up. Let me check if there's maybe in this area. Do you feel like you're in the hotel room now, guys? Give me a buzz cut. I don't think there is. I don't think there is. Third row. I wish it was like... I wish it was just the gray color. I wish he had a fade. Let me get his fuck ass goatee. Hold. It's so small. It's such a little guy. 5 o'clock shadow. Bobby, mobile. I feel you. Can I add 2? I feel personally attacked. I want to add 2 things. Unless I do this. I don't think you can make that smaller though. Damn. Oh, that's for Homer though. That's Homer's. Damn, I wish you could do both. Jazz! What if I draw it on? What if I draw it on? I didn't know he had a little mole. Guys, his little mole next to his nose. You do goatee and make it shadow. Third tab. Which one? I might have to draw it on. Maybe I'll do his mouth first. He loves a good pout. Not that pouty. Hold. JC, I know. Oh yeah, he's like, haha, haha, dale, hey, hey, ha, ha, hoo-ah, yeah, 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 yeah. That's how he looks right now. Let's get his ears. Should I do mogging? Let's add some face paint. Let's do his fuck ass little. Okay, wait. Hold. Smooth. It's just like a fuck ass little thing. It's nothing like crazy. Hold. It's kind of like fuck ass like this. I think you'd know who he is if I just did this. Oh. That smirk's perfect though. Oh. I do have her on the list. Not joke. Oh, he has a bit of stubble on the chin. I just saw that. Oh. He has a few hairs frolicking on the chin. Just wait. Just wait. Hold. Oh wait, hold. Yeah. Oh, unless I grow... No, that's fine. I think it looks like him. How tall is he? I don't think he's that tall. I think he's a short king. How tall is Pitbull? I think he's 5'7". Pitbull singer, not a dog, sorry. 5'9", taller than I thought you were, king. Okay. Pitbull. I do want to make the 30 cents lady. Okay.
My name is Pitbull.
We gotta change that voice. Oh wait, his birthday. I know I'm taking this seriously. Hold. January 15th. Hold.
Thank you for the sub. Put your ass away, child.
Luxthew ear just subscribed. Why is this so late? Anyways, we vibing.
We vibing. Wait. 45. Yeah. I think that's Capricorn. Lux, thank you so much for 16. My God. I appreciate you. Thank you. You do like his money. Okay, wait.
My name is Pitbull. My name is Pitbull. My name is Pitbull.
My name is Pitbull.
He doesn't
It's
have...
nice to meet you. Today, my name is Pitbull. My name is Pitbull. My name is Pitbull. It's nice to meet. My name is Pitbull. It's nice to meet you. Today, my name is Pitbull. It's nice to meet you. Today is the. My name is Pitbull. It's nice. My name is Pitbull. It's nice to meet you. My name is Pitbull. My name is Pitbull. It's nice to meet you. Today is the 20th of April, 2020.
I just love the Pitbull. It's nice to meet you.
My name is Pitbull.
Oh no. Wait. Should I make Terry and Pitbull related? For a laugh? He's fast. He's fast with it. He's intense. Yeah. Hot-blooded. Hi, Caitlin. Daddy Pig's there. Thank you, Lux. Sorry I'm so locked in, guys, but I appreciate you being here so much. You're my goat. Fireball.
Ha. Hey. Nice to meet you. Carla. I'm Pitbull. I'm an energetic, hot-blooded type. People often tell me I'm very passionate. I can't wait to start living here.
All right. Dale.
What is your favorite time of day, Carla?
The evening.
Spending evenings under a blanket of stars is so romantic.
It's 3:05. Caitlin, how can we not have a good day with Tamagotchi and all of you, right? I kind of want to give them... I wonder if you like a back scratcher. He likes it well enough. Okay. Slug. He can be whoever you want him to be. Okay. How can so many people fit on this island? Rank 3. I want quirk so bad. Oh, I'll show you, Caitlin. I'll show you. Let's do a guitar. Chunny! My god! Love Chunny. Alright, our island consists of Marge, Terry, Daddy Pig, and Pipple. It's all happening here. Marge, what's happening with Marge? And guess what? Oh no. Oh, she fell down. I was meant to make Homer, but then Terry fell in love with Marge.
Everything all right down there?
Give us a hand, will you?
Bit of this, bit of that, and Bob's your uncle.
Uncles aside, I think that's
Bob's your
helping.
uncle? Does everyone have that, or is that just the OCE
Oh,
thing?
homie. I'll return the favor sometime.
I'm so glad
That's
you're
so
all
funny.
right.
Guys, so we figured out, yeah, that it has localization. So it was like, before, it was like, oh, I know a bloke who knows a bloke. I'm like, I love them together. Why do I love them together? I don't know why. So Terry likes Marge. It's very cute. Alright, Pipple needs help. Yeah, because Terry's a short king. Oh, he just left? Where is he? Oh. What's up?
Ha. Are you bored? We could play Zoom quiz together if you want.
Sure.
Here's your first zoomed-in item. What do you think this is?
Baked beans.
And the answer is some beans on toast. Next up, your second zoomed-in item. What do you think this is?
Role-playing game.
And the answer is a role-playing game. And finally, the last zoomed-in item. What do you think this is?
Souffle.
The correct answer is some squid rings.
Oh. That's okay, you can't win them all.
Oh well, you can't win them all.
Thank you.
Here, take this as a
I
consolation
just realized I should have made
prize.
him a bit darker. He's so white. he's me pale. My bad, Pitbull. Sorry. He has a bit of a tan. Hello.
Hello.
What's wrong?
I want to be friends with Terry.
Okay.
So, what should we talk about?
Should it be Cranking Hog Crazy style? Kyle, it's Peppa Pig's dad. I gotta get him to like trucks. No, it actually is the closest I could get.
All right. I'll have a chat with him about cranking hog crazy style.
But I'm only gonna tell him to do this because Terry already likes cranking hog. Oh.
Hello, Terry. Would you like to have a chat about cranking hog crazy style?
Are you serious? My brain can't stop thinking about cranking hog crazy style either. This can't be a coincidence. Let's be friends, Daddy Pig.
Yep. Just guys being dudes, guys. Oh, okay. Wait.
Daddy Pig, good afternoon.
Wait.
Terry, good afternoon.
Daddy's fave. Will Terry call Daddy Pig? No. What will...
Hey, Daddy
This one.
Pig.
Okay. Daddy's Pig is gonna be...
Terry, good. Terry and I
Damn
both
it.
can't.
How special. Daddy Pig
I
and
exit
I
out
were
of it.
fated to
Fuck.
become friends.
I'm bad with the controls. Oh. How can I do it? Oh, I needed that. Do I make them talk again?
Hello?
Damn it. Terms? Nicknames? Nice. Okay, so maybe he calls Terry Daddy's favorite? Good night, Bobby. I'll see you soon, doll. Oh. Daddy's favorite. Oh, please let it work. There we go.
Daddy's favorite, good afternoon.
Jeffy! Doll, oh my god, I knew you would. Oh, Terry called Daddy Pig. Giant hog. King. Porker.
Giant Hog King, good afternoon.
Options. Oh. Wait.
So, Stilante, Imperil, Few, Malapine Bass, me, I'm Lockridge. Oh.
Oh my god, they love each other. Okay, I need Pitbull to meet Marge. Oh my god, Jeffa. Jeffa? Let's call you Jeffa. Jeffy, no. Jeffa.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Pitbull. Oh, homie. So you're Pitbull. I'm Marge.
Can there be love triangles in here? Because that would be awkward.
I see from the pit. So I'll go and roast Pitbull tomorrow in a fray.
Doggo, we have it all.
Thank you. I feel closer to Marge now.
They feel closer.
Oh, homie. Grimper. Limper. Oh.
They're inside.
Parachute mine, Trafalgar's, Hyde G. Drimpledon von Goppet, the Trabial Walker, Ye Felser, Jean Giant Hopking, Yus Kran, Billy Satra Palonti, Len Carafi Tailfis,
Oh my god.
Playground was Snakely was, so I said, Balls, Toffee Melento, I'll phone and Gross Dipple tomorrow.
Oh, you can have
and
love
I'll
triangles? Shit. I'm screwed.
Tomorrow,
Sleepover vibes. Hi, Seven.
So first, that 20 ram issue, January Fika Saput, Hyde G. Trimple down.
Aww, I kind of love them together. Aww. Aww. Everyone's getting on. That's wholesome. We have Pitbull, Marge, Terry, and Daddy Pig. Wait, David, I was just thinking about how we need a love rhombus. Yes. How are you, doll? TJ. What the hell? Okay, people are being really cute. Ooh. I'm really attached to them. Oh, bye. Terry, Terry, Terry. Oh, he's feeling some sort of way.
Phew.
Only uses very rarely.
Mitch, you joker.
What the hell?
Oh, homie. I've gotten closer to Farcontez. Thanks a bunch.
Oh no, that sounds so wrong. That sounds so wrong. No. Shaping. What do you mean? Whatever do you mean? Okay, either walks cutely or a prezi. Should I give her the maracas? Maracas? Shaping Farman, hello! Street dance. Will she dance though? I'm trying to think, Tar. Oh, I was gonna do Michael Myers because that'll be easier to make.
Thank you.
I wanted to dance.
So first, that 20.
Ha. It's really good to see you.
Trash! I'm addicted! Please! I'm so late to the party. I only started today. How's your island going? Yes! That's sick. We want to make, I'm hoping to make a couple more today. We have Daddy Pig, Pitbull, Terry, and Marge. It is... I kind of want to play off stream once I've done a lot of stream stuff because I want to use the touch screen. I want to be able to use the touch screen. Daddy Pig is the best. I don't want to play off stream because I know something's going to happen.
Huh.
Where's... Okay.
Phew.
John Paul!
Hey. Nice to meet you. I'm Terry.
Hey, Terry. The name's Pitbull.
Nice.
So first, that 20 ram issue.
Seems Terry's underplaying his achievements to seem more relatable. Can two people not get on? What's wrong with Daddy Pig? Oh shit.
Salado, Windows,
Here we have Pitbull. Very happy with Pitbull.
Hello?
Lake Titty Kaka.
This room doesn't really match my personality.
Enemies.
Could we give it a makeover?
Taffa!
Taffaballa's just
Hello?
resubbed for 21 months. Hey Carls. I've been listening to Divorced Dad Rock and playing Stardew. How have you all been?
We're good. How are you? Tier 3. Hello. Thank you so much, doll. That is really generous. Jesus. How is your Stardew farm going? Thank you. We are doing this for the first time. Tomodachi. It's very fun. The sweatsuit on Daddy, I know. Shaping! Can you visit people's islands? I got to see your islands. Thank you for lurking, doll. I appreciate you. He's spiraling. Oh.
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. This next story is bound to bring a smile to somebody's face. A renovation center has officially opened on Pussy Island. The renovation center sells interior sets, which can breathe new life into residents' homes. Hopes are high that this will raise the quality of life for island residents, or at the very least, brighten things up a little.
Yes,
Thank
help
you
me
for
up, I've fallen.
watching. I'm Pitbull, and that was your breaking news.
Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, we got a picture of something that's good for Daddy's home. Oh. Ooh. What's good for Daddy Pig? Let me see what Peppa Pig's house looks like. Inside. So it's very colorful. Very bright. Maybe this is like, it's very homey. Oh, you can do colors. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's cute. I like this one.
Thanks for shopping with us. Please come again.
Yippee! Yeah, the mental ward. We'll give that to Terry. I'm joking.
This room doesn't really matter. Could we give it?
I got you just the thing. Yes. Yes. Hang on. Cute. He likes it well enough. Do you like it?
Thanks. It looks different.
Oh, he hates it. Okay, my bad. Other me characters are sure to want the latest and greatest. Uh-oh, he hates it. Oh, he hates it, guys.
When I talked to Daddy's favorite about cranking hog crazy style, we both got super into it. Now we've ended up friends.
I'm really happy for you guys. Okay. Cammy, good night, doll. Or goodbye, not good night.
We interrupt your day to bring
Have a
you
good
this
shift.
breaking news. This next story is bound to bring a smile to somebody's face. Pussy Island is now capable of sustaining 5 individual lives, meaning another resident can move here. We've also received word that an island design center is likely to open soon after that 5th special someone arrives.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching. I'm Daddy Pig and that was your breaking news.
Yeah. Okay. Should we add Michael Myers or Fergie? Let me do a poll. And yeah, we'll just do those two. I'm so cold today. It's actually getting really nippy in Sydney. Michael Myers or Fergie? Fergie Myers. I think Michael's winning. This is so random. Now, yeah, Tara, mine's been using Aussie slang. I didn't notice until someone said it. Okay, I still think it's gonna win. I can't wait to customize what they're wearing, because then you'll really know who they are. Also, time's going so quick playing this game. What the hell? Okay. So, I need him... The funny thing is Pitbull just looks exactly like this. He's not gonna really look like himself fully until we get his clothes on. we're on a Switch. That's kind of cunty. I'm just trying to get his hairline. You can play this on Switch 1, which is good. He doesn't have any eyebrows. I don't think. Or is that small gray eyebrows? Am I seeing that? Wait, hang on. He has small gray eyebrows. Should I make his skin like a gray white? If I can? Wait. Yeah, I think it's more of a gray. That's better. And then he has just like a normal brow, but it's gray. Yeah. And then he has literally dark holes for eyes. Oh my god. And then big girthy nose. His mouth is pretty good already, but... I don't know why that makes me laugh. Hey, girls. Hey, you want to go scaring? Michael but cunty is crazy. He has a little smirk in that photo. But I know it should be this. Realistically. He has big ass ears. A lip flip on that photo is so funny. Get in, bitch, we're going scary. He's just very happy to be here, to be honest. Honestly, I think that's a decent Michelle Myers. If I do say so myself. He's real tall. That's such a crazy mix of people. Michael. I know, I need to get him his jumpsuit. Oops.
My name is Michael Myers.
How old's Michael Myers? I'm just gonna make him 35. Okay.
My name is Michael Myers.
My name is Mike.
My name is Michael Myers.
My name is Michael Myers. My name is Michael Myers. It's not. My name is Michael. My name is Michael. My name is Michael Myers. My name is Michael Myers.
How does he sound?
It's nice to meet you. My name is Michael Myers. It's nice to meet you.
Unless I make him girly pop for a laugh. Actually, yeah, don't age him.
My name is Michael Myers. It's nice to meet you. Today is the 20th of April, 2026.
Okay. Oh, wait. Should I make him related to someone? Nah. Alright, movement. Wait. Isn't he quite fast, but he moves slow, doesn't he? Because he's stalking. He's both. He's slow until he gets his prey. Yeah. Energy. He doesn't seem that... I'll do in the middle. He just spawns in. Uh-oh. The game. I think the face looks good.
Nice to meet you. I'm Michael Myers. I'm a reserved perfectionist. I'll keep this brief. I'm serious about the things that matter and don't have time for the things that don't. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. Hi, Deja, by the way. And Tuffa, thank you, doll. That's really nice. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna make him... I'm gonna see if I can get him close immediately. Wow. Okay. He has a little navy blue shirt, pants. But wait. Oh no, he fell. Where's Marge?
Oh, homie. Oh no, are you okay?
Sorry,
Hi,
do you
Pips.
mind giving me a hand?
Have you tried moving?
Oh, I probably should have tried that.
Yay!
I am forever in your debt.
Oh, homie. Don't worry about it.
Peppa Pig's dad in the background. Oh,
Hello?
George in the background. Okay. Yeah. Cunty. Slay bitch. Yep. Guys, one thing real quick. Slay! Now Marge just looks like a creep. Marge is creepy. Okay. Listen.
You can do it if you try.
Let's talk to Marge.
Nothing beats a good sit. Could I
Getting
ask
stalked
you
rank
to
3?
place a bench around here?
It is 7! It actually is. That's so funny. I still love a mesh shirt. What if Marge ends up falling in love with Michael?
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. This next story is bound to bring a smile to somebody's face.
Yep.
An island design center has arrived at our shores. The Island Design Center sells buildings, objects and other essentials for island development.
The
One
Marge, Terry,
resident
Michael
is
love
quoted
drama.
as saying,
It's gonna happen.
You mean I can go into this building and buy a whole different building? If you say so. Thank you for watching. I'm Marge and that was your breaking news.
Of course he works at Bunnings.
Welcome.
Achy feet, we've got you covered. Plant your bum here and chat a while.
Thanks for shopping with us.
Thanks for shopping with us. Okay. Yay!
Oh, my dream bench. Fabulous.
Fabulous.
Now I can engage in some high-octane relaxing.
Sit down. Did you see how quick she sat down?
Now for a bit of self-love.
Oh. I gotta put Michael on there.
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news.
Put your ass away, child!
This next story is about...
Oops, I
It's
didn't mean
Nikki
to do
Beach
that.
just subscribed.
I was trying to
Hello,
pause
Dom.
it.
Long time no see, Fran. Hope you have been well. Oh, is that Marge Simpson?
Yeah.
Sorry, got distracted. You look good today. Kiss me.
Kit. Is he stretching?
I respect my parents.
Oh, good for you respecting your parents. Nikki, thank you for a tier 2 subby. How are you, doll? Kiss me. How about that?
I feel I've been talking to myself more lately.
What?
Sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going.
No, don't apologize. It was my fault. Are you okay?
Everyone's falling in love with Marge.
I'm perfectly fine.
Oh, good. I'm relieved neither of us got
Stop!
hurt. Oh, homie. Well, goodbye then.
Marge doesn't love anyone. Everyone's in love with Marge.
Who knew Marge's gaze could be so
What?
passionate? I want her to look at me with those piercing eyes forever. Are my feelings for Marge? Laugh? I was captivated by the kindness within Marge's gorgeous eyes. Oh, if I could only be together with Marge and gaze into those eyes every day.
That's... They're not even friends yet. They're not even friends yet. Oh, what's next? Daddy Pig falls in love with Marge too? That's funny.
Oof. Hi and nice to meet you. My
They're
name
so
is Daddy
close.
Pig. So you're Daddy Pig. I'm Michael Myers. That's Virtual Toy Sata. Virtual. You're quite a character, Daddy Pig.
I mean, yeah, technically it worked with Maya's character. Yeah, we gotta get another Warman on here, but a lot of them like everyone. I made everyone like each other, pretty much. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
What is this I'm feeling? Sadness. Melancholy. I fancy Midge so hard, but I don't think she even knows I exist.
You're her best
Perhaps I
friend!
should just put her out of my mind. What do you think?
Don't give up hope!
Your positivity is rubbing off on me. Alright, I won't give up. Something may eventually happen between us.
Oh. Oh no! That's very Terry. Yep. Yep.
Oh, I feel somewhat different. I talked to Giant Hog King and I learned that he's into cranking hog crazy style. We had so much fun chatting that it's fair to say we're friends now.
Guys, yep. Oh, they're being cute here. Okay. Pitbull wants something. It is insane, Taffa. Which why it works perfectly for me.
Hello.
You want to be friends with someone,
My
don't
look
you?
is lacking something.
We need to get you a suit.
Could you give me an
Yes.
accessory that...
Say less. I know exactly what to give you. Yup. It's not what he wanted, but exactly his style. Dale. Well, can't I give him some terms for you to say? Oh, I have to wait till level up. Okay. The phrase cranking hog crazy style. I know, it's ridiculous. I love it.
Sometimes I get too excited and butt into the middle of other people's conversations.
Fair. Same. Alright, Marge is out. Michael Myers is having a good time. Should I put Marge into Terry's house?
Oh, good afternoon, Midge.
Good afternoon.
Sparkle, rock and roll album, Rancy rock and roll album, ho. That's rock and roll album, me sort of.
Oh, I'm nervous.
Carla. Few.
Alright. Will happen naturally. They're just doing some drugs together.
Welcome.
In the Pitbull set. Luna, you know what? Good question, actually. Oh. Right.
Thanks for shopping with us.
Pink street light. Wow. Rank 5. Ooh. Nice. Ooh. Maybe cute. Yippee! I got one as a gift. It's happening. Nice, and I have a pink lamp that I want to put here because it's pink. Does that mean it's nighttime when it's nighttime? To send him to Alaska. What the hell? That's cute as. A bong out of an apple. Wait, you're right, he does. Okay, we're good. Okay. Oh, so I can actually make a vending machine. Is anything else happening in here? They're hanging out.
Ha. It's really good to see you.
They're happy doing their own thing, I guess. Michael Myers is having a good time. Pitbull's in his home.
Whoa.
Oh, shake it. You don't want to talk? Stop running! Now's your chance. Now's your chance. Talk to him. Stand your ground. Oh, thank God. Okay.
Yes. Good afternoon, Daddy Pig. Goodbye. On to the phone.
God, that took him a while to talk. Oh, Pitbull's out.
Carla is watching me.
I'm not watching you. Wait, Beef, crack it open.
Goodbye. Spankapilla. Tontrasy. Malapine bag.
Yeah, I don't know how he's more of a creep.
Ha.
What's his sound? Oh. Oh. I thought that was in the game. I'm like, why is suspense building? Sorry.
Ha. Let's play Zoom quiz together.
No, we're not playing Zoom quiz. No, not right now. You need to join the boys.
Phew. Hey. Nice to meet you. I'm Pitbull.
So you're Pitbull. I'm Daddy Pig.
Yep.
Colorful beats, colorful dogger.
Hanging with the boys.
Colorful beats like food. Colorful beats mixture. With Daddy Pig's Sonny Doe. Colorful beats wrapped along.
Oh my
It's been a
God.
while since I've laughed this hard.
Wait, they're bros.
Me, I'm not happy. There'll be no dog as well. My family photo tomorrow. I goes Mom. Funny love of my life. Yesterday. Empty culture.
Oh no.
But he's something more.
Marge keeps dodging the boys. It's so funny. Are you kidding me? Marge is dodging. She has two people that are in love with her. Marge, you don't need to do anything to get Terry to hang out with you. We need Fergie to get on here, Art. Shake those hips. Don't.
You're a legend, me. Samantha, bye. Yeah, feeling
She
up
touched
to
a 9.
back.
Sognot. Roland. Durantipole.
Alright, is it time to add Fergie? It might be time to either add... I think we gotta add Fergie. I think it's Fergie time. I think it's Fergalicious time. Whoa, whoa! Not her forehead, guys, sorry. But we do have to make her outfit on the day she did go, whoa, whoa. So we still have to do that. But... Is that Blue Eyes? Okay, unless we do a completely random girl. Like a completely random woman that we get attached to. Or Fergie. Never knows her sleigh eyebrow. Fergie Ferg! Okay, so she has... Okay, she's not that square, but she definitely... Okay, not like that either. But she definitely has a bit of... She has a chin. Like, she has a good shape. She has a chiseled jaw. We're gonna add a fringe too. They're not ready for this one. So sub-color. Ooh. Whoa. How long can we have the hair? Whoa, that ponytail's so Ferg. It's not this Fergie, but like she would so wear that pony. Her hair's kind of up in this. She definitely has some hair pulled back. But I also need... Whoa. But I also want to have I would want her to have long hair. I need to change the fringe. Oh, this was so Fergie in her heyday. That might be Fergalicious. Yeah, so I realized that it has localization tougher. Oh yeah, look at those brows. We can move it down a little bit. Slug, what do you mean? What did I say? Wait, I just did this. No, we gotta do this. We gotta do this. Although... No, she does have a bit of a... Let's get her blue eyes first. I think she has blue eyes. Oh my god. Wait, Fergie. Does she have... Does she have dark blue eyes? Whoa, whoa! Well, we can't help it. Oh, super. So she has blue eyes. So it's not crazy for me to be like, okay. What are you gonna do with all that junk? Okay, wait, can I do piercings? I don't think they do piercings, do they? I take full accountability that this doesn't really look like Fergie. But just wait, hear me out. Let's get some plump lips. Let's give her a plump lip. How do you make them have lips? Ooh. Whoa. Wait, let me, we need to have some cheekbones. No. She have... I'm gonna match the purple with the cardigan she's gonna wear. Whoa! Yeah, we need the lips to be glossy, not red. Hi now! How are you? Oh god. That's more glossy than red. We need eyelashes. I feel like she doesn't really look like Fergie, but once she has the cardigan on, I think that's where we're gonna shine. You just need to trust me. Whoa, whoa. I think she's Slay. Oh, I can draw on the eyebrow piercing, true. Oh my god, it's so cursed now. I love it. Okay, I need to do a like silver. I'm just gonna do that. Because it's going under the skin. Guys. This is Fergie. Whoa, whoa. Oh. Oh, she does have really blue eyes. Damn. Do I make Fergie comically small? Wait, how small is Fergie? Fuck. Okay, she's taller than me. 5'4". We will have Bob Ross, I swear. I wonder who Fergie's gonna fall in love with. Like, who's gonna be our first thing? I'm willing the first person who falls in love with Fergie can have her.
My name is Fergie.
Okay, I'm gonna make her 35. For a laugh.
My name is Fergie. It's nice to meet you. My name is Fergie. It's nice to meet you.
Fergie has...
Today is the 20th of April.
Fergie has a feminine voice, but it's a deeper feminine voice.
So, how does this voice sound? Do you like it?
Oh, she's
My
not at
name is
75?
Fergie.
Oh, shit. Okay, wait. Wait, I was close! In terms of the... I guess the 27th. Fergie's 51? That makes sense. I grew up with Fergie. Wow, good for her. Whoa, whoa. Oh, beautiful. Okay.
My name is Fergie. It's nice to meet you. Today is... My name is Fergie. My name is Fergie. It's...
My name is Fergie. It's nice to meet you. My name is Fergie. It's nice to meet you. Today is the 20th of April, 2020. My name is Fergie. My name is Fergie. It's nice to meet you. Today is the 20th of April, 2026. So, how does this voice sound? Do you like it? My name is Fergie.
I need to listen to something.
It's nice to meet you.
I need to listen to something.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly wave at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallant.
It's research, guys. This is how I sing at karaoke. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I just love all the reactions to it. It kills me. I'm sorry.
For the land of the free and the home.
I'll give her some credit here. She is owning. She has. I wish I could be as confident as Fergie. She's like, I ate. Hi, Commander. Hello, doll. She's on my list. You know how I know she knows, how I know she thinks she killed it is when she goes at the end of it.
Let's play some basketball.
Oh, good for her. Good for her. All right.
My name is Fergie. It's nice to meet you.
No, oh God, I gotta look at that.
20th of April, 2026. So, how does this voice sound? My name is Fergie. My name is Fergie. My name is Fergie. It's nice to meet you. My name is Fergie. It's nice to meet you.
No. All right, movement. She's quick. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. She's intense. She's quirky. She's fucking pretty serious, but chill. And she's polite enough. Let's play some basketball! Do you think I can make her cartwheel? That'd be amazing. Why is she on that by herself?
Huh. Hey, nice to meet you, Carla. I'm Fergie.
7, that's exactly
I'm
who we're
an
making.
energetic, bubbly type.
I'm gonna dress her like that.
I find the fun in anything. I can't wait to start living here.
This is what she's gonna wear. So I need a blue top, black pants, and a purple cardigan. That's what we're making. Here's a bridge. Hi, Striker. Hello, dope. Private Mini Island. Okay, girl. Sure.
This is based on absolutely nothing, but are you feeling peckish by any chance?
Do you want food, babe? Well, I think I like her face. If I can say that. Let's see if she likes sushi.
Oh my.
It's Fergie! Oh, she enjoys sushi. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh no, landscaping. Okay. Alright, making some grass for you, babe. Thank you. Alright, Fergie, you're ready. Okay, I'm gonna get Fergie some clothes. Uh-oh. I know, we gotta make sure for quality so bad.
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. This next story is bound to bring a smile to somebody's face. Pussy Island is now freely welcoming new residents. Anyone can settle upon our verdant shores anytime.
So that means I can make
Residents
like 60 people right now if I wanted.
Calling in with comments like, maybe I'll be able to start a family. And, my lonely days are nearly at an end. One resident was also quoted as saying our numbers will soon be legion. There will be no stopping us. Our might will be infinite.
That's
More
Michael
news
Myers
as
in a crop
events
top.
follow.
Sorry, I have to dress him. I have to dress him
Thank you for
properly.
watching. I'm Martin.
Honestly, Fergie could... Oh, wait. Me getting married and becoming housemates. Right now, everyone's living on their own, but who knows? Ben, yes, what's up? Only happen between two fellow kids or between fellow adults. Residents might ask your advice in romantic matters from time to time. So question, does that mean we have to expand? Oh, cute. Does that mean we have to expand? So I can't make Drake then, that's awkward. That would be a difficult thing for him. But does that mean we have to extend the town in order for more houses to be built? Is that how it works? Oh no, Fergie's fallen! Terry Crews. Make Pitbull and Fergie meet. Oh, he doesn't care. Someone help Fergie, she fall! She's fallen!
No, are you okay?
Sorry, do you mind giving me a hand?
Don't do it.
Oh, so that's the crux of the problem.
I think you've got it. Just give it a little more welly.
Welly!
That was really kind of you.
The voices
I'm
are
just happy
crazy.
you're okay.
Welly.
So, Bianchi, and how?
They're talking! Oh, they're still playing. I don't know if Marge is keen. You know what would be funny? Let's make Homer. Let's make Homer, because what if Marge falls in love with Homer instantly? Because Marge doesn't give a shit about anyone. Daya, I've never heard that. That's interesting. Has Fergie and Pitbull made a song together? Fergie, Pitbull. Didn't they do something together? No. Let's get messy. We have to make Homer. I'm gonna make Homer without looking at him. Thanks, Daya. Because yeah, there's Aussie slang, and I think they're mixing slang with Britain as well. Okay, we have to make Homer. I'm gonna speed run this. This is gonna be the quickest. Although low-key, I want to do this, if I can be honest with you. I low-key want to do this so bad. There's no eyebrows. No. The pupils are so big. Marge is gonna love me, but wait. I saw something before that was very him. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. That's crazy. Oh god. Mr. Sparkle's so but true. I can do the big eyes. Unless I draw on the eyes, but I think they need to blink. Oh. Oh, they have oh. Yeah, I want the nose to go sideways, because that's his nose if you turn it sideways, but it doesn't work. Diet real. I gave Marge this nose, because this is his nose, but I can't turn it around. But I gave Marge this nose, I think. I shouldn't give him this. I shouldn't give him this fuck ass bit of hair, but I really want to. What's crazy? That time at band camp? I think I need more of a longer face. That's so cursed. I love the hair so much. If Marge falls in love with Homer instantly, I am going to lose it because 2 guys have fallen in love with her and she doesn't give a shit. She really is loyal to Homie.
My name is Homer.
I know he's 35. How tall is Homer? Yeah, he's smaller than... So he's 6 foot. So he has to be shorter than everyone else. Yeah. Someone said that to me the other day. Dia, we're like, wait, I'm the same age as Homer. I always thought he was older when I watched, but I was just so young. May 12th. I'll make him,
My name is Homer. It's nice.
My name is Homer.
Root,
It's nice
hello.
to meet you. Today is the 20th of April, 2026.
We're making
So,
Homer right now.
how does this voice sound?
How
Do
was
you
your stream?
like
Were you
it?
playing this as well?
My
Welcome
name
in,
is
guys.
Homer. It's nice to meet you.
Hello.
Today is the 20th
We're just
of
making
April,
Homer, and I'll show you all my
2026.
other pals.
So, my name is Homer. My name is Homer. My name is Homer. My name is Homer.
My name is Homer.
My name is Homer. It's nice to meet you. My name is Homer. It's nice to meet you. Today is
Rizzo
the
the
20th. My
rat.
name is Homer. My name is Homer.
Related, no. I'm gonna make them fall in love. He's slow. Okay. I'll show you my island. Logical is so funny. God, that's not him. Whacking Day. Guys, if you are new here, hello. So our island consists of Fergie, Pitbull, Marge Simpson, Michael Myers, Terry, one of the characters I've made in real life, and Peppa Pig's dad, Daddy Pig. But what's been happening is Terry and Michael Myers have fallen in love with Marge, but Marge doesn't give a shit about them. So I'm gonna see if she falls in love with Homer. I know, Freedom. I want to like somehow figure out a way I can draw with it. Where does Marge? Oh, Marge is here. And he's... Okay, I'm gonna make him live here, so he's close to Marge.
Nice to meet you. I'm Homer. I'm a reserved
I wish I
thinker.
could draw like...
I've been told I should think less.
I
and
have a
feel more,
Marge, Freedom.
But I find such arguments unconvincing.
But I can't
I'm
draw
glad to be here.
how I want to draw it. Oh my god, nice. I'll show you Marge. Marge is cute. I want to make her hair way taller. But I would like to. But some things with her, I can't. I think with it, like normal human characters, it'll be way, way better. How did you do it, Root? Did you somehow connect, like, did you use touchscreen?
Thank you for the sub.
Striker, 2 months already?
Put your ass away, child.
Striker
The
underscore
Joy-Con?
500
Oh,
just
shit.
subscribed. Yes, doll.
Maybe I should use these over the controller. Because I was struggling a little bit. Root is an artist. We have to keep that in mind. I cannot. Root is literally an amazing artist. I am not an artist. Of course, Root. Also, thank you for 2 months again, Striker. I appreciate you.
Tell me the truth. Do I come across a bit dull?
No. No. Let me put his outfit on. Best 2 months ever. My Shire boy. Let me get a t-shirt for Homer. There's not a white shirt. Okay, I'll do this then. And then I gotta get his pants, which is just blue pants. And then I gotta get him just some shoes. Homie, I got some stuff for you.
How do you do?
How do you do? I gotta somehow find a dress for Marge. Okay. Yeah, of course, Root, please. Oh my god, he looks so cute. Full set of teeth, Westy's crazy. Yep. Oh my god. Root. That is amazing. You have me wanting to make my Peppa Pig better. How do you do the ears so protrude? Like, how do I get the ears out like that? I didn't think I could make Peppa Pig better. Can you fix Peppa Pig's face once he's made? Oh my god, that's amazing. What the hell? Holy shit, that's cool. I gotta fix him. As if you can't do a green dress. What is the world coming to? Are there any skirts, maybe? Are there any green? No? Okay, there's green pants. So maybe I just get the greenest pants possible. Oops, I keep doing that. Striker, I want to do a day actually this week. But because it would be a bit overwhelming, put it on a wheel. And we spin the wheel and it's either like a random character, or you can do something with an existing character, or you pick a character I make, or you say, make me, here are my vibes, or whatever. So I was thinking about doing that on a wheel. So like we don't know what's going to happen, but it could be fun. I don't know. I wanted to do that. Honestly, maybe tomorrow or in a couple of days. It might be tomorrow, so keep an eye out for my channel if you want to join in. But I was thinking about doing that because that seems ridiculous and I think that could be fun. Now, is this vest a good green? Oh, that's a beautiful green for Marge. Now we just need... Now we need another green. The answer is always wheel. All of chat room. What about this green? Surely. Ooh. Name a chat room. I guess we'll just do that. Wait, are there accessories in here? Oh. I want to do her necklace. Where's Marge? I need them to meet. What's wrong, babe?
Hello.
Okay, I'm putting on her outfit. Now, it's not what I want it to be, but for now, I want it to be as accurate as I can. Like, obviously that is not Marge, but it is what it is. Yippee! Okay, now what's wrong? Oh, okay. Axel, she's looking better. She's looking better.
Homie.
What?
I'd really like to have something you made,
What?
Carla.
What?
Something that'll really tickle my senses.
Uh-oh. Rose toy. Oh my god.
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking
We can make
news.
we can make him look so much
This
better.
next story is bound to bring a smile to somebody's face. A studio workshop has opened on Pussy Island.
Kristen,
At
I
the
can
studio
explain.
workshop, Carla can make all sorts of things for residents.
I can make her
Excited
dress.
residents have been calling. Thank you for watching. I'm Daddy.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, guys. I should make a hot dog. Oh, a piece of cake. Oh, okay. I can explain, I swear. Oh, I love how they gave me a piece of cake. That's so funny. Yes. Yum. Yummy, yummy. A pitbull cake. Oops. Uh-oh. Wow. Yum. Pitbull ass cake. Call it straight ass. Wait, yes. Good idea. Bye, Abs. Hope your headache gets better, doll. Sorry to hear that. I'll see you soon. Would you be down for me, guys, to do my special stream tomorrow? I gotta make the wheel tonight and figure out my goal. I'm gonna try and make as many characters as I can. My special stream tomorrow. A drain stream. Well, I wanted to do like some sort of, I don't know if I'll do a timer, even though I love the timer streams, because I don't know how long I'm going to stream for. But I'll either add a timer to it, or I'll just have like a wheel that can be spun, or both. I don't know, but I want it to be kind of like, I kind of want to have a party within Tomodachi. I don't know. Special stream. Straight ass.
Straight ass.
Oh, singular. Oh, taste. Oh, it's spicy. Type. Sweet treat. Hot. Size. Large. Lighting. Lighting style. Lit only at night. That's right. What?
Welcome.
Fergie, hello.
Thanks for shopping with us.
Hi, Raw. So sorry. How are you? Oh, no. She's desperate for it.
Oh my.
Enjoys told me, she said, yes. Enjoys fried egg, butter cookie, and straight ass. Oh shit. Guys, I mean...
Oh homie. I asked Farkentez over to play, and he said okay. Hanging out with Farkentez is always a right laugh.
A right laugh. That's British. That's so funny. That is so fun. Oh my god. Okay. Before I go and pee... Oh! Oh, okay, girl! Yeah! 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 Dance for me! Oh! Oh! Oh, shit! Oh! Oh! I'll crump with you, sweetie pie! Oh! 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 Whoa! Whoa! Oh my god. Is she just dancing alone? Good for you, babe. Sorry, guys, I got distracted. Okay, I need Marge to meet Homer.
Hi and nice to meet you. My name is Homer.
Oh homie. So you're Homer. I'm Marge.
Pixel, thank
Nice
you.
Marge talk, like love
Wait,
story
Striker.
and
Okay, compliment.
love story pancake
I'm
like
sorry,
a
but
single love
also
story
I'm not. But also, whoopsies. Didn't know she was chill like that. Guys, keep talking, keep talking.
Scandala. Me, I'm not.
Sognop, Woland, Flanker, Schminker, Tontrasi.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Ooh, Cinderlanda. Ravino Dargada.
They're being cute. Are they dancing? Oh, they're playing hopscotch? Okay, sure. I want her to fall in love so bad. Everyone's in shambles and they're hopscotching. Okay, Terry needs something. Oh no, Terry, what do you want?
Ha,
The lost art of foreplay.
I've got some time before
No.
my laundry finishes.
No, sorry, doll. I don't have time. I need to make Marge's dress. Oh. Can I make a penis? No, that's wrong. I gotta get out of here. Okay, can you guys hang out? Can you guys talk? Oh, at the fountain. You're right. Yes. Oh my god, look at Daddy Pig on the right. Strike. Sorry. Sorry, I know, I'm awful. 2 wishes! I want to make clothing. Woo! And I'm going to make more. I'm going to make treasures. Okay, I gotta make this first. I gotta make her dress. And then she's gonna look so good. Oh, yes, yes, yes. 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 Oh, yes. I just honestly need it to be green. Oh my god, yes. Literally just need it to be green. Includes pets! Perfect. Oh, wait. Why don't I add a necklace to it? I just realized. I wonder if I can. If I do it up here. No, it has to be on the thing. Fair. Alright, well that's fine. We'll take that. Gran dress. Gran dress.
Dress.
Yes. Year-round, casual, spectacular. Amazing. Can I make a necklace? No, okay, that's fine. Officer Marge! I should have done that glam. I just gotta buy my dress that I made. Wait, how do I have that? Is it in my inventory now, maybe?
Yes, what is it?
What is it? How do I do it? Do I have to buy it? Oh, I think I have to buy it from the create area. Yes, nice. $5, guys. $5. Her Chanel suit. Homie and Marge are still playing together. I want that to be known. Yes, put it on. Oh! So cute. Oh, I need her shoes. I just realized. She's barefoot. Sorry, you have. I need you to put shoes on, babe. Create. Let's create her shoes. Oh, we can't do shoes. Okay. We need to go shopping for your shoes. Oh! Put your shoes on! Cute. Yippee! Expressions, little quirks. Who's that wonderful girl? Huh. I'm gonna make her stand shaking hips. Yup. She's stunning.
Oh, homie. I feel like I am slowly becoming truer to myself.
I know, babe. Okay. Not... How do I see her tummy? What? I love how it's like ass. Straight ass. That's actually crazy. Amazing. Okay, good.
Ooh.
Can you talk? my god. They're playing hopscotch, which is cute, but I want them to talk. But I guess I should let them be. What does Michael Myers want? I should actually... Wait, I can make Michael's outfit. Sorry, I gotta do that. I gotta make Michael Myers' outfit. I just realized. Should I just give him a robe? I will be making Granny at some point, yes. Tapper. It is pretty much a robe. I could maybe make his collar hang out. Cause it's like a dark navy. But I wish it was pants. Oh, it's darker than that. It's like a really dark navy, but not black. Excuse you, please, doll. Oh, I would love to see how Mia acts when I'm asleep. That's adorable. The updo? More where that came from, babe. Oh, it's so hard to pick. I want my mouse so bad. Do I just put on a shirt that says Michael Myers on the robe so people know? Just straight up.
Thank you for the sub. Put your ass away, child.
Jaren Stroke just subscribed.
Oh, it's gone.
Do you want the house tour? I could take you to the first, second,
third
floor, and I promise
floor.
none of this is a metaphor. I just want you to come inside, baby. What's mine is now yours.
That was one time I'm interested. How are you, doll? 51? Oh my god. How was your weekend, sweet? Don't get that stuck into my head again. Oh god. He's so... Oh. Oh, wait. Wait, he's gonna be so bougie. 1 second. Oh. Hold, I gotta sneeze. This is bad timing. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Oh, sorry. Jaren, never apologize for your love for that. Song doll. Thank you for the blesses. Sorry, that was really, oof. Oh. 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 My sneezes are weird. I won't lie to you. That's just who I am. Oh, I gotta turn it this way. Oh, yeah, he has drip. Ah! Oh. I'm so bad. Oh, these controls. Oh, okay. Belated bless you. Oh, Michael. Not my David. Michael on my mind. David, you are now Michael. And this is David Myers. Oh my god. Sorry, babe. Out of it. There was this, I went to this, like, pub on the weekend. I won 2 raffles, by the way. On a meat tray. But there was this old man that kept sneezing, and honestly, it was an old man sneeze. It was like, I thought he was gonna break a bone. That's how intense it was. I'm like, girl. It is Supreme vibes, isn't it? Where is it? Oh, thank God. Michael Myers. Perfect. This is drip. Yeah, honestly,
Drip.
I know exactly what that sounds like. Wait, he looks so good. Michael's gonna look so good in his drip. That looks ridiculous. Hey. What's wrong?
Wait, that's Marge. I knew I was head over heels, but seeing Marge's face in the clouds is a little much.
Everyone's obsessed with Marge. Marge doesn't like anyone.
Can I help you?
The island loves Marge. Oh my god. I don't blame them at all though. Oh, the fuck ass hat and the chain. Oh no. Wait. The hat off. Oh, you can have the chain, but we're not using the hat. How do I get the hat off? That's just the outfit. No hat. Well, good news for you, he's not taking the hat off, so. Should we get some boots for him? Oh, some slides would be so funny. And they have M on it. Wait, that's so funny. Wait. He looks so... He looks so silly. Okay, Marge and Homie are skipping. Should I introduce Fergie? Maybe? Maybe Fergie would... Oh, what does Fergie want? I have to dress Fergie! Shit.
Ha.
What's wrong,
Hello.
babe? What's wrong?
I've been thinking. Pitbull and I seem to have a few things in common. Do you think Pitbull and I would get on okay?
Yes. Whoa!
So it's not just me. I knew I felt a spark between us.
Fergie, I need to dress you. Okay, wait. I gotta do something before I pee. This is very important. I need to make... Can I make... Okay, so it's a blue top and a cardigan. Let's see. Oh wait, what pants can I make? I just want them to be black. I want just full on, just black cardigan. A black leather pants. Is there a way you can make them look leather? I don't think so. Fergie's. We can make Homer's shirt too. Oh shit. Fergie's. Leather pants. Great.
Fergie's leather pants.
Thank you. Year round, baby. Let's see if the blue top is available. Unless I create... Wait. Can I do this? Let me know if you think I can pull this off. This is exactly what I want. Yes. Okay, okay. I need a blue. I need blue for the top. Can you make that blue? Amazing. Amazing. And then I need the blazer to be purple. Can I make it crop, you think? What did I make Fergie's skin color? I think I made her... Oh no. Because I kind of want to make it crop. But I think I made her tan. Oops. Oh, I'll fix it. I want a belly button out. Is that gonna turn that purple? Is this the crop tool? Does that mean it's going to be cropped on the me or no? Or is it going to be white? I'm guessing it's just going to be white. Can I fill in? Yeah, I think you're right. I think I made Fergie quite tan. And then I'm gonna try and see if this works. My belly button's pink. I don't know anymore. I'm gonna make a piercing. And by piercing, I just mean one grey dot. Oh. Oh. Wait, where's my pink gone? That's crazy. looks like a nipple. Okay, back. Zoom out. Where is it gone? Hold. Don't panic, guys. It's gone. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna call it Q because
Q.
that looks crazy. She doesn't even have a it's not even cropped in the... It's not even cropped in the video. What pants? I think she's wearing black boots. Wait, I want to go to Fergie real quick. Hey, can you try something on for me? It's exactly her style. Doesn't really look like her belly, but it's something. Oh, oh, quirks, quirks. Oh. Should Fergie just float? Yeah, where's the flips? Mm-hmm. Okay. Whoa! Whoa. Oh, wait. Fergalicious. Whoa. Oh. Oh.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Oh.
Whoa, 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 H.
Okay, maybe whoa,
Whoa,
whoa.
whoa, 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 H.
Whoa. Oh. Whoa.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay, that's better than nothing. There you go, doll.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Ha. Thank you.
Can they
Saying
cartwheel?
that really makes me feel more like myself. Whoa, 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 whoa. Nice weather we're having.
I agree, sweetie. I agree. Whoa, ah. Okay, so here's the thing. I have to pee. Where's Marge? What's wrong with Marge? Does she have feelings for Homer?
It's nice to see you. It may just be my imagination, but I have a nagging feeling that Farcontez fancies me.
Shit. Messy. Messy.
Do you really think so? Well, this thought is going to be spinning around my head for the rest of the day.
No, John, trust me, this game writes itself. I was actually really nervous to stream this game, so I was like, I don't have any good ideas at all. But it just kind of just unfolds. I need to get... Oh my god, she's Okay. Alright. Okay. Nice. They just dance together. They don't... Hi, Cray. How are you, doll? Chat, it is. They don't do anything but dance with each... Oh. Oh, yeah, real nice. Their love transcends words. I know. All right, well, they're not doing anything. I'm good, Cray. I'm just,
Gym freaks out there. Come on, don't be shy.
I've made Michael Myers.
Anyone with some group aerobics.
Terry Pitbull. Wait, hold. Can I grab you, or are you too busy wanting to chat? I'll bring someone. Okay, I'll bring someone. Michael, you need a...
Well, is everything alright?
I know, Slug.
My body won't move. Well now, this is going to take some doing.
Please be gentle.
Thank you. No, no.
Thank
No
you.
need to thank me.
Oh, they're friends now. Alright, so far we have, let me show you. Marge, Terry, Daddy Pig, Pitbull, Michael Myers, Fergie, and Homer. So far, Terry and Michael Myers is in love with Marge. Marge doesn't really give a shit about anyone. Hyperpigmentation, Shrek, Fiona, SpongeBob, and a few TV show characters. Perfect. We should make me to spice things up. Okay, I'm gonna let you be in charge of Homer while I pee. I really gotta pee.
Hehe.
He's gone. What the hell? Where did he go? Where did he vanish to? Okay, hold. Hi, Mina. Welcome. Okay. Last seen behind the— wait, he was behind the clothing store? Really? Okay, so I did gift Marge a breakdancing DVD. So it seems like she has watched it, which is great. Perfect. There he is. Okay, I need... she's crazy as hell. Oh, sorry. Oh.
Hello, Homer. Would you like to have a chat about cranking hog crazy style?
Are you serious? I can't go 3 seconds without thinking about cranking hog crazy style.
I don't know what's going on, but this has to be fate. If fate has it in store for us to become friends, then we should. Don't want to disappoint fate.
Absolutely. I feel destiny at work here too. And I've seen enough films to know you shouldn't mess with it. Let's be friends.
I made that topic 4 hours ago. Okay, well, they're friends. This is how I met my... I made... Ooh. What does Homer call Marge in The Simpsons? I don't think he calls her anything. Unless I'm wrong. Honey, maybe? Does Marge call him honey? Or does Homie call Marge honey? Hi, Ace. Marge.
Homie, how goes it?
I think he's called her sweetie before. Margie, sweetie. I know Marge calls... Maybe sweetie?
Sweetie, how goes it?
Homie and I both can't stop thinking about cranking hog crazy style. Naturally, this has made us friends.
How special. Sweetie and I were fated to become friends.
Oh, move those hips.
Ja, Telenoxy, Black, Socknock, Woland, Salado, Bundes.
Ralapoinba, Torquay,
There it is.
Glimper, Schwimper.
Spavino Dogadel.
This is exactly how it happens.
The Trobby Walker, Yet Topster. I'll don't like the tomorrow, can I pray? Run, is that for penalty? Then happy take this, can I?
Okay, Friend Slop is on US Wednesday.
The Trobby Walker, Yet Topster.
Okay, they're talking. Uh-oh. Cherry?
Ha. How do you do?
Hootie McBoob. Myers?
Are you also nervous about what the future might bring? A game of coin spin would fix that. What do you think it'll be? Heads or tails?
Daddy Pig's on the tail! That's Daddy Pig! Hi, Connie! Oh my god.
Heads, huh? Let's see if you're right. It's heads. You win, Carla.
I win! Daddy Hog! Hmm. Dove, hello!
Congratulations. It's time for your prize.
What about
Go ahead.
my Michael
pick
Myers?
one of the boxes.
A decoration! Mmm. Pitbull's been asleep for so long. Is he jealous? Is he eavesdropping? I think he's jealous. You okay? Uh-oh. You never know, Goobs. You never know. Frosty Sinclair. Dove, I agree. Where's Daddy Pig? Okay, here. Why are you just superhero landing?
Good afternoon, Daddy Pig. Good afternoon, Michael Myers. Jonty Streetas ben Pistoli. That's Streetas Nisata.
Oh my god.
Streetas, Yasa Treater Streetas. Blooms Clay, no. You're funnier than you look, Michael Myers.
We're talking about straight ass.
Thank you. I feel like I got really close with Daddy Pig.
Oh my god.
Tinderlunder. So, Philanti?
Can someone please fall in love?
Well, Garanda.
Mutually.
Yeah, Galenoxy.
Oh, he's obsessed with him, Dove. Naughty, how are you? How was your weekend? He loves eating ass. Okay, let's have a look at what Pitbull's doing. He's been asleep for so long. This is his dreams?
Ready, set, go.
Does he have a crush on Fergie as well? Oh. Oh, never mind. Terry beat him.
Huh,
Thank you, Sky.
that was really realistic for a dream.
Everyone can date
What can I do
everyone
for
apart
you?
from, oh, Michael. I gotta change Michael's preference. You're right.
Random thought. What do you do to kill time when you're bored?
You should make out with Fergie. I gotta bring Pussy Tossin into this somehow. It's been too long.
Pussy tossin'.
Okay.
Ooh, pussy tossin' does sound like a good time, killer.
Yeah.
Invite me next time you're bored.
Thanks, babe. Oh, Naughty, I'm sorry, doll. That is a roller coaster of a bloody weekend. Hopefully you're relaxing a little bit today. Let me empty my bottle real quick. But I gotta get Fergie to talk to Pitbull. She's interested.
Hi. Pitbull, good afternoon.
Fergie, hi now. Everything. Well, Miranda.
Okay.
Right.
Fountain! Hi, Rian! Yeah, no, you're right. I gotta change Michael's dating preferences because I put him just gals. But everyone else likes everyone. Gift options? Any little quirks for me? No. Okay, Prezi. I guess yoga? Yippee! Nice. Okay, so I'm guessing I can just do residence. Nice, okay. Now, where is the pig? Where? Oh, no, Michael, get away from her. Is he trying to flirt?
What's this?
Oh, it's Marge. Oh, they're both dancing. Okay, I have made... Hold. I have made Marge, Terry, Daddy Pig, Pitbull, Michael Myers, Fergie, and Homer. Wait, what's wrong?
Hello? I'm kind of peckish.
I know just
Feed
what to
me,
give you.
please.
Oh, I don't have a... Oh, there. Me when... Me when...
Oh my.
Stunning. Oh, we enjoyed it. Wait. Me too, King. Me too. I kind of want to make him an astronaut. I gotta make Myers float. Get porked.
Get porked.
Get porked. All right.
Thank you. Saying that really makes me feel more like myself. Get porked.
Get porked.
Tell me, would you rather be a wallflower at a boring party or a wilting flower in the hot sun?
Wallflower.
Good answer. Wilting in the hot sun would be much worse.
I agree. What the hell? Going outside. Okay. I really need Michael Myers to fall in love with him. Come on, fall in love. Are they just dancing? Okay, they're just dancing. That's fine. Terry's feeling some sort of way. What about Homer? What's wrong with Homer? That's it? He's just looking at ants?
Can I help you?
Evans, it's good. It's a whole lot of what the hell is going on, but I love it. I'm gonna be planning a stream for tomorrow, I think. Doing a smaller one today, because I think tomorrow is gonna be a big boy. But tomorrow I think I'll play, because I'm planning some stuff with Friend Slot. So I think tomorrow is gonna be a combination of Tomodachi and Faz, I think?
I talked to Sweetie and I learned that she's into cranking hog crazy style. We had so much fun chatting that it's fair to say we're friends now.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I think he's... Where is he? Nikki, I think she's into me.
There we go.
No, not again. I want Marge to love him.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Red light, green light? Oh.
Hello there.
What the hell?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sweetie. So,
So first, that from Team Issue, January speakers subgroup. Oh honey. Stephen, Nutty. Here Capen last balloter.
Malfidanti,
What's
right,
going on?
Limpusly, Redfield. Negopoli, Tanzalopinti, Honor. So first, that from Team Issue.
Yes! That's so funny.
What's happening to me?
She
I
didn't
look
like
at
anyone
Homie
else
and
in
my heart
town.
skips a beat. These feelings I have for Homie. Could this be love? I knew it. This is that love thing everyone's always going on about, isn't it? I think I want to ask Homie out.
I feel bad for Terry, but guys, you know what's so crazy about this? Michael Myers had a crush on Marge. Terry had a crush on Marge. And Marge didn't do that with anyone else. Why do birds? Yeah, if Homer doesn't accept Marge, I will cry.
Hello. Oh, Homie. I think maybe I might like Homie.
Oh my god, that's scary. I was like, I forgot I named him Pussy. This is like our very own TV show. Now's not the time, I'm really busy. I'm busy!
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. This next story is bound to bring a smile to somebody's face. The Pussy Island news station is now fully operational. The dulcet tones of myself and the other presenters will deliver updates on the island's hottest topics once a day. Stop by the news station daily to make sure you don't miss a single story. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching.
I'm Daddy Pig and that was your breaking news.
Yes. I was gonna say, yeah, I would like to play some Faz tomorrow as well, Tammy, because, you know, I don't know when I'll play, but whenever I jump in, if you're awake, you're more than welcome to join me. I just don't know what time it would be, but I do want to play a lot of this. I want to try and make as many characters as I can tomorrow. And I want to make that wheel tonight. I want to talk to Homie.
Can I help you? Whoa. Whoa.
Okay.
Oh honey. Victoria Walker, here's Elsa. I'll show and red pistol tomorrow. Can I pray?
Why is he steaming?
Plan, please satrap Palonti. Len Therapy Telephys. Kenna. Oh honey. Richard Line. Trapalgas.
Wait, Tammy, yeah. I do have to get the 2 3s for you.
Honor. High G Trimple Dance on Pocket. So first, that from Team Issue. January speakers subgroup. Oh honey. Victoria Walker, here's Elsa.
Oh my god. Alright, now we gotta get them to fall in love.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything. Please help me.
Oh.
Have you tried moving. Oh, I
Harmonic.
probably should have tried that.
Yes.
Get hooked.
He's burning alive.
I am forever in your debt. Get hooked. No, no. No need to thank me.
Get that pussy out, girl.
Work for that rent. Thank you.
Get porked.
Get porked. Nice tits. You need to ask him out.
I'm so happy to see you.
Oh my god, I want it so bad. Where's Fergie? Terry, oh no. Do you reckon Terry knows? Surely not. Surely Terry doesn't know.
Hello. Wouldn't it be marvelous if Midge and I lived together?
Oh no. I don't want to say it's a bad idea, but I don't think she wants to live with you. Oh no.
Really? I'm glad I asked.
Yeah, don't, babe. Sorry.
I was well chuffed Midge invited me to hang out.
Well chuffed.
Hanging
This
out
is so
with Midge
English.
is the dictionary definition of a good time.
I need him to fall in love with someone else. Fergie and Pitbull.
Pitbull, hey there.
Fergie, good afternoon.
Me. Well, I'm a chicken-airy.
Oh.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
The back scratch is out. Okay. They're chasing each other around. Homer's head is steaming. I know, the heartbreak. You know what? Oh. We need to make Jolene Slug. We need to make his one true love Jolene. Oh, this clip is starting to hurt. Dale! Kristen, who are you gonna get Pitbull to date in your game? I am doing a smaller stream today, guys, because I'm trying a new schedule where Mondays, which is your Sundays, I'm trying to do smaller streams. And then the rest of the week I can do big boys, but just give myself one small stream to do some edits and stuff. So tomorrow, I think I'm going to do most of the stream as Tomodachi. Tomodachi. I think I'm saying it wrong all the time. And then I'll do Faz. I think I want to make as many characters as I can tomorrow. And then everyone seemed keen on a wheel of some sort, so I might figure something out.
Would go nice here.
You need to ask Homer out.
Hey. Sweetie.
Hi, homie.
Oh my god. It's happening. I need to make Jolene for Terry. Or Roz from Monsters Inc. What can I design? A warning sign. They're really cute, aren't they? Really cute. Oh my god, birthday blowout. I'm such a fool. That sounds so foul to me. 150. Oh my god. Amazing. Alright, they're being cute. Oh. Oh.
Hey.
Is Daddy Pig into anyone?
There we go. Good afternoon.
Daddy Pig, good afternoon.
Blanca, Schwanka,
Alright, they're talking. Maybe Jolene, not Jolene, maybe Fergie should meet Terry. Bertie Blore, I hardly know her.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Fergie.
Hey, Fergie.
Fergie.
The name's Terry.
I can't believe everyone fell in love with Marge,
Whoa,
even
whoa,
though it
whoa.
makes sense.
Fran, Billy Satra Paylonti, Len Carapi Taylorfis, Jenna.
TJ Khaled, another one.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Detravia Walker, E.A. Phelpser.
Here's my plan. And let me know if you agree with tomorrow.
Toledo, Toledo. Looking at Alcatel.
Checking in on Fergie.
Hey, Narakapo.
Okay, so I want to do a wheel.
Collateral 10. Sabila. Contofo.
Should I do... Should I put random names on a wheel plus multiple... So if you get to spin a wheel, there's a chance that you get to choose? I gotta think of all the different options. Let me cook. Let me cook. I'm gonna end stream soonish and figure out the wheel for tomorrow. The wheel. How long realistically do you think it would... Oh. What's wrong?
I bite my thumb at you all.
Funny as that because and yesterday.
I won't let this keep me down.
What's wrong?
Who? Did you want anything from me? Oh, homie. I was chatting with homie, and now I'm in a bad mood for some reason.
Uh-oh.
I won't give up, even though I want to.
Where's homie? He's upset too. What's wrong with homie?
Ooh. What's the matter?
What's the matter with you?
I was talking to Sweetie, but things just didn't click. Well,
No, 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 no. Did they have a fight?
Bruh. Ha. Uh-oh, is that homie?
What happened?
I'm a little peeved.
Why? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. After all that hopscotching? Oh, why am I actually stressed for Marge? Alright, maybe we get them... maybe she can hang with Terry and feel better. Because they are best friends. Moon-shaped lamp. Okay. I think she did, damn. Oh, she hated that. She's in a foul mood. Oh, okay, she's laughing.
Oh, homie. Farkentez, you're a good egg.
Do you feel better? Alright, you feel better. That's good. That's good. Okay, she feels better. She feels better.
We.
Girl. Okay. I am so stressed.
Ooh. What's the matter?
Oh, he doesn't have anyone. Oh. Okay. I didn't realize he didn't know anyone. Fuck. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, this is so stressful.
Oh. Hey. Nice to meet you. I'm Terry. So you're Terry. I'm Homer.
Oh my god. Oh no. Okay. Not the dancing. Appropriate fee, yeah, exactly. Ease off,
You're the
mate.
bee's knees, Terry.
Oh, yay! Okay, nice. Nice. Oh, he's in a better mood. He's in a better mood. Not Terry making everyone feel better.
Hey, sweetie.
Ah, good afternoon.
Me, I'm not French. Impenetrable. Daprating. Trophy. That. Deplatrotent. Sandala.
Okay, I love how Terry's just making everyone feel better. That's so funny.
Good afternoon, Faggy.
Pitbull, good afternoon. Well, Garandima. Impenetrable.
Alright, people are talking. People are talking. Aww.
Well, anyway, shoot the deadly food. Valenzami. Oh, homie.
Oh, they're lost in nostalgia. Okay. Oh, there they are.
Ha. Ta-da. So nice to see you. I actually have a small gift for you. Here.
Evan.
What perfect timing. I have something for you as well. Oh, no, that looks far too expensive. I'd be robbing you blind. I got this for free, on the other hand, so... No, really? I'm up to my ears in these. You'd be doing me a favor. Nonsense.
Eat the ass cake. Hi, cheese.
Yeah.
Oh, cute. Oh, everyone's so cute. Okay, they're talking about a back scratcher. Oh, I want them to get together so bad, but I guess if they get together tomorrow, that would be cinema. Made a play called God and turn up the brightness of the game is. Oh, that's so good, Burb. I want to keep making different cakes. Because I didn't realize that you can look in someone's tummy.
Ha.
I'll see if I have
Hello
any
there.
cake to give him to show you. You've probably already seen it, but I can't believe it. I did it accidentally.
Oh my.
And then in everyone's likes, it says straight ass. We might hate it. Oh, he loves it. Right. Everyone loves it. Oh, I can say expression. I need to do Dale now. Who doesn't love a little ass? What E is it? Is it this one?
Dale.
Ducky! How are you, doll?
Dale.
Dale! Oh, other one? Okay. Wait, are you playing this, Ducky? Dale, maybe? Kristen, we need this.
Dale.
Dale. This one?
Dale.
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 Da. Wonder if I need to do this thingy. Oh.
Dale. Dale.
Okay, you need the dash. Dale. I wonder if they'll do le.
Dale.
People just fell in love with you? Great.
Thank you. Saying that really makes me feel more like myself. Dale.
Dale. Okay, they're talking about this stick again. Oh no! What happened?
Ooh. Did you want
You know what's
anything from
annoying?
me?
This is exactly her relationship with Homer. He makes her frazzled.
Oh, homie. I was chatting with homie, and now I'm in a bad mood for some reason.
Oh, shit. He actually puts her in a bad mood. And I can't be mad because that's law accurate. Oh, the clips are so good. I've been good, Ducky. It's just, honestly, I feel like time is flying these days. I can't keep up. Are you still VTuber, my love? Oh my god. He's upset as well. Terry, we need your help.
Terry, good afternoon. Homer, good afternoon. Goodbye.
Marge never felt that way when she was talking to Terry. That's so wild to me.
There we go.
Uh-oh.
Carla? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey. Nice to meet you. I'm Fergie.
Oh, homie. So you're Fergie. I'm Marge.
Oh. The girlies need a girl. My god. Thruple. Long-winded joke about a solar panel. Ducky, you should come back. Do it. Do it. A solar panel. Oh, she loved it.
Homie.
She loved it.
You're so funny, Fergie.
Seems like-minded. Okay, so she feels better. What if Marge talks to Homie?
Tomorrow, can I pray? My Andy for tomorrow, but I suppose the Bonnie does that with plan yesterday. She Michael Myers, it's blank Bob and the chain wagon.
Oh my god, I just don't like how they're not happy. Oh no.
Who's that again?
Oh my god, Michael. Catch up.
Marge. Looking gorgeous as always. No, look out. Don't worry, I've got you.
So Rizzy.
That's quite alright.
Oh my god. Homer, we need to talk.
Oh. Ah, there goes Homie, the love of my life.
Fuck. He doesn't give a shit. Oh, Homie. Oh. This is law accurate. This is actually crazy. Terry, fix me. Like, isn't it crazy that everyone wants Marge and wants to treat Marge so good? And Marge doesn't care about them because she loves Homer, but Homer just takes her for granted. No! And he's gonna end up falling in love with Terry or something.
Sorry, I didn't get a word of that. My mind was on other things.
How can I make Terry, Homer feel better? Maybe some cake.
Ooh. What's the matter? Oh my.
I gotta get him some ass. You know what's so annoying? Okay, he's happier, I think. He really liked it. Could keep it that way. You know what's annoying? Check this out. This hurts my soul.
I feel like a heavy weight has been lifted from my shoulders.
Oh, he was just hungry. Oh, okay. But check this out. Ready?
Hello there.
Marge. She fancies him, and then he says, gets on okay. What do you mean?
What? What?
Go get your girl.
Ah, there goes Homie, the love of my life.
Oh, okay. We're gonna do more space. Okay.
Sorry.
Wait, space as in the map? Or space as in space? Okay, let's see what happens. I don't know. Is that... What is he talking about?
Oh, Homie. You're a legend, Homie.
Okay, she's loving it. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Yes, yes, yes. Yes! Yes! Okay. Okay, okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. Yep. Guys, how long does it take them to have kids? Do you reckon we can have kids tomorrow? What's wrong with Fergie?
Ha. Hello.
Talk to me. Do you like Pitbull?
Whoa, 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 whoa. I want to be friends with Pitbull.
I'm surprised you're not, actually, because you've been yapping all day.
So,
Good night, Naughty.
what should we talk about? What kind of thing should we talk about, then?
It's gonna be a long one. This is gonna be really long. I don't know if I can fit it. I don't think we can